Sherlock Holmes at Hogwarts. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 301: Hugging a Thigh. Hearing the encouragement from the little lions around him, Neville Longbottom forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Thank you for speaking up for me, Harry." Seeing Neville's expression, Harry, who had initially thought he was right, began to regret his earlier statement. "I say, Harry, you knew perfectly well that the old bat would just make up some excuse. Why did you do it?" As Harry's friend, Ron spoke much more casually. "It's completely pointless. I was too impulsive." Harry sighed. He glanced at Sherlock as he spoke. The reason he had acted that way was because he had suddenly remembered a quote from Sherlock: "My friend, never lose the courage to oppose authority." But now it seemed things weren't going so smoothly. "My friend, questioning authority isn't wrong, it's just that you chose the wrong method." Just as he was pondering this, Sherlock's voice rang in his ears. "Sherlock, what are you doing again, my dear Harry? It's far too easy for me to figure out what you're thinking, so I won't go into the details," Sherlock said with a smile. "The Tower of Authority is full of cracks, but a reckless charge will only bury the truth under rubble. As a teacher, Professor Snape naturally has an advantage over his students. When your strength is not yet sufficient, you must rely on the strength of others. As for today's matter, if you really want a fair outcome, it will be very troublesome. First, you need to prove that Malfoy did not ask Professor Snape for leave beforehand. After obtaining detailed evidence, you can tell Professor McGonagall what happened and let her deal with Professor Snape, instead of confronting him directly in this situation." Sherlock's words made Harry fall into deep thought. "I understand, it's like wizarding chess. A direct attack on the Queen will result in the bishop's execution, but a feint attack with a knight can expose the castle's weaknesses." Harry hadn't grasped it yet, but Ron did. He excitedly swung his silver spoon, nearly knocking over Neville's cauldron, and hurriedly apologized. However, this was nothing compared to the trouble Neville had encountered in this class. His performance in herbalism was as excellent as his performance in potions. Unlike other teachers, Professor Snape's potions class rarely reviewed previous material. So even on the first day of the new term, he began with entirely new material, shrinking potion. This was a magical potion that could shrink creatures or revert them to their juvenile state. Its normal form was a bright green, acidic liquid. Its main uses were for research, combating large monsters with powerful spells, or transferring livestock, for example, shrinking an entire flock of sheep into a wizard's pocket and taking them away. The ingredients were relatively complex: shrunken figs, daisy roots, caterpillars, wormwood, leeches, rat spleen and bile, hemlock essence, etc. This was a very troublesome matter, because Professor Snape relied primarily on the textbook, often teaching through a combination of oral instruction and blackboard writing. This was naturally good news for quick learners, but not so good for students like Harry and Neville. Other classes were fine, but in potions class, Harry absolutely refused to be separated from Sherlock. So, seeing Hermione leaning over, Ron immediately pulled up a chair and sat down next to Sherlock and Harry. Hermione, I think you should help Neville. He needs your help more than we do." Seeing Ron shamelessly and elegantly proclaim his desire to curry favor, Hermione immediately looked at Harry. Harry quickly said, "Hermione, I think Ron's right too." The subtext was, "Brother, you can't sacrifice me for your happiness." Hermione glared at him, first looking at the unmoved Sherlock, then at the expectant Neville, and sighed. She then placed a cauldron next to Neville and began preparing the ingredients with Neville and Seamus. The main concern was that if she didn't settle things properly, Professor Snape might use this as an excuse to deduct points again. Of course, her approach delighted Neville and Seamus. They had a powerful figure to carry them. Looking at Hermione's team of one genius carrying two idiots, Ron felt ashamed but also somewhat fortunate. If he hadn't just acted on Kun's orders, he would be working with Roundface and Demolitionist right now. Just thinking about it made him feel incredibly excited. The making of the shrinking potion officially began, and Harry and Ron immediately started helping Sherlock. Harry carefully peeled the figs. Ron chopped the 3 daisy roots into even pieces, and then began slicing the caterpillars. With Sherlock's guidance, the 3 cauldrons were quickly filled with a green potion. Phew, Ron glanced at his textbook, and when he found that the potion in front of him was exactly the same as the illustration in the book, he breathed a long sigh of relief, even more grateful for his decision to rely on a powerful figure. What's wrong with relying on a powerful figure? Why should I let someone else have the chance I got by on my own merits? Harry glanced in Hermione's direction, only to see her frantically busy. Besides feeling the same relief as Ron, he also felt a pang of shame, feeling he'd let his good friend Hermione down. It wasn't that Hermione's potion skills were inferior to Sherlock's, the main problem was her partner. Comparisons are always a problem. While he and Ron were also struggling, they were much better than Neville and Seamus. Thankfully, there hadn't been any opportunities to cast spells in class so far, otherwise Hermione would have been more like a firefighter. But thankfully, the road was winding, and the future was bright. Hermione was well prepared for the difficulties she would face. As the allotted time drew to a close, she finally managed to brew 3 pots of dazzling green potions with Neville and Seamus. Hermione let out a long sigh of relief. She was exhausted. When potions class ended, Neville and Seamus thanked Hermione profusely. If it weren't for Hermione's help today, losing points in Gryffindor would be a minor issue. They would have been severely humiliated by Professor Snape, which would have been much worse. Just as Neville was stammering an apology to Hermione, Seamus suddenly seemed to remember something and said to Sherlock and Harry, "Did you see today's Daily Prophet? It has a story about Sirius Black." A Muggle saw Black and immediately called the hotline, but by the time the Ministry of Magic arrived, he was already gone. Huh, Holmes, you read the paper, obviously. The key point is, the Muggles found him not far from here. What's wrong, Harry? Seamus, noticing Harry's strange expression, asked curiously. It's nothing, Harry said, forcing a smile. I just didn't expect the Ministry of Magic to still not have him. Yeah, after all, he's a tough guy who managed to escape from a place like Azkaban. Catching him won't be easy. Speaking of which, although Dementors are unsettling, the thought of them guarding the school makes me feel much more at ease. The discussion about Sirius Black ended there. Hermione and Ron looked at Harry with some concern, seemingly afraid he might impulsively run off to look for Black. But Sherlock remained calm. The most impulsive moment had passed. Now, Harry was less likely to do such a thing. In potions class just now, Sherlock pointed out that one should be mindful of the manner when questioning authority, which was also a form of psychological suggestion. He believed Harry understood. Just then, Harry looked at Sherlock. Gray eyes met green eyes, and everything was understood without words. During lunch, everyone was discussing Sirius Black. Even Gemma Farley came to the Gryffindor table. Gemma, now in 7th grade, had blossomed into an even more beautiful young woman. Her position as student council president added another layer of allure to her. Even Gryffindor students had heard about the numerous love letters she received. This was expected to reach its peak around Valentine's Day, February 14th. Harry, you seem to be doing much better than I thought, Gemma said. Hearing this, Harry looked at Sherlock with some surprise. Don't look at him, Gemma smiled and shook her head. I was the one who told him about this first. Harry suddenly understood. He immediately remembered the 3 letters Sherlock had received during his summer vacation at Sherlock's house, one of which was from Gemma. Thank you, Gemma, Harry said sincerely. Hermione and Ron watched the exchange between the 3 with suspicion, both sensing that Sherlock and Harry were hiding something from them. Before Ron could finish his thought, Hermione spoke first. Miss Gemma, did you arrange for Malfoy to apologize to Harry? Yes, Miss Hermione. Gemma looked at Hermione with her azure eyes and smiled slightly. I think he hasn't caused you any trouble lately, has he? Indeed, Hermione nodded. No wonder he hasn't bothered us. Ron also looked enlightened. Like this morning's potions class incident where Harry lost points, if it were before, Malfoy would never have missed an opportunity to mock him, but today he seemed to have fallen silent. Although the Ministry of Magic didn't catch Black this time, they have tracked him down. Gemma paused, then added hesitantly, perhaps he'll be apprehended soon. Chapter 302 The Student Council President is a maid. Dear Gemma, I doubt even you believe such a beautiful statement. When Gemma said in a light tone that the Ministry of Magic will soon have Sirius Black arrested, Sherlock shook his head slightly, his long fingers resting on his chin. If the Ministry of Magic's efficiency could match their boasting, Black wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Gemma's sea blue eyes suddenly narrowed, a hint of resentment in her gaze as she looked at Sherlock. So you had to expose him in front of everyone? Running away from broken porcelain won't make the cracks disappear. There's an interesting piece of nonsense in the bottom left corner of the third page of the Daily Prophet. Muggles witnessed Black not in the outskirts of London, but in the Scottish Highlands. Sherlock's gaze bypassed the hesitant girl, his grey eyes turning directly to Harry. Harry, you should understand what this means. It means he's closer to Hogwarts. Harry's voice was like a feather soaked in cold water, heavy and slumped onto the stone steps. To be more precise, he's closer to you. Sherlock tapped his long fingers lightly on the table. His escape route was clear, and the destination coordinates were as precise as the bullseye. And you're the bullseye. Ron's face turned pale instantly. He stammered, but the castle has Professor Dumbledore, and Dementors. Azkaban has more Dementors, and its management is stricter than Hogwarts's. Yet Black managed to escape unscathed. Sherlock chuckled and shook his head. My dear Ron, do you think the walls of Hogwarts Castle are harder to breach than the headmasters of Azkaban, or do you think the Dementors here are more intimidating? Ron fell silent. Hermione's knuckles turned white from the pressure. Harry, on the other hand, remained relatively calm. Just then, Gemma suddenly chuckled, her fingers twirling a strand of chestnut curls as she joked with Sherlock. This is a formal warning from the Student Council President, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Intimidating classmates will get you points deducted. You know, I'm just laying out a chain of cause and effect, Sherlock said calmly, like telling you it will rain tomorrow without an apology. Common sense isn't for pleasing others, Gemma. You're the Student Council President, not a maid. When analyzing facts, there's no need to consider your master's feelings. Gemma's sea blue eyes widened abruptly. What was this guy, 3 years younger than her, saying? Even Hermione, who harbored a hidden hostility towards Gemma, felt somewhat helpless after hearing this. Rationality, far too rational. Rationality is generally a good thing. But for humans, emotional value is also important, yet in Sherlock, this value is often difficult to demonstrate. He's like a precisely operating machine, only giving answers, completely disregarding the occasion and atmosphere. At this point, Gemma could only turn to Harry again. Harry, as long as you stay within the castle grounds, you'll be safe. Don't worry, I won't go looking for him. Harry said this not only to Gemma, but also to Ron and Hermione. Hermione and Ron were relieved by his assurance. Actually, you don't need to worry so much, Gemma suddenly winked. With Sherlock around, there's no way Harry could sneak out, right? Hermione and Ron realized. Even if Harry had promised them he wouldn't recklessly run off to find Black, and even if he did have that thought, with Sherlock's abilities, Harry simply couldn't do it. Unless Sherlock went with him. But that was impossible. And so, the shadow cast by Black quickly disappeared. After comforting Harry, Gemma left, giving Sherlock a sweet smile before leaving and silently mouthing a sentence to him. After Gemma became Student Council President, Cho Chang also came to greet Harry. She too came to comfort Harry after learning that Sirius Black was nearby. This warmed Harry's heart. Just as Gemma had thought, emotional value was still very important to ordinary people, aside from Sherlock. Surprisingly, Luna Lovegood came with Cho Chang. However, her way of offering emotional value was rather strange. Rather than comforting Harry, she seemed more like distracting him. She told Sherlock that if he planned to go see Black, he should remember to take her with him, because she was very sensitive to death. Although it sounded absurd, Harry accepted it, considering that she meant well. In the afternoon, the first defense against the dark arts class of the new term was finally about to begin. The little lions were quite looking forward to it. After all, news of Professor Lupin driving away the Dementors on the train had spread, and everyone knew that the new teacher was quite capable. However, surprisingly, when all the students had arrived, Professor Lupin had not yet appeared. They sat down, took out their textbooks, quills, and parchment, and began to discuss quietly. That's strange. It's always the students who are late. This is the first time I've ever seen a teacher late. Ron's words weren't malicious, they were just a joke. Hermione was looking around, and Harry, seeing her like this, asked curiously, Hermione, what are you looking at? I'm wondering if Professor Lupin is using his animagus form to observe us like Professor McGonagall did. Before Hermione could answer, Sherlock spoke up. My dear Hermione, you can look away now. I can hear footsteps outside the classroom. No sooner had Sherlock finished speaking than Professor Lupin walked into the classroom. Although he was still dressed in rags, he looked much healthier. After all, he was someone you could see every morning at breakfast in the Great Hall. His appearance naturally sparked a discussion among the young wizards. "I feel like he must have had a good few meals these past few days." "Don't say that. I think he just hasn't had enough rest. Maybe he accidentally caused an explosion while practicing spells. Believe it or not, I'll kick you to death, you little black devil." "Seamus, no." Just then, Professor Lupin noticed everyone had placed their textbooks on the table and smiled, saying, "Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry I'm late. But please put your textbooks back in your bags, because today's lesson is a practical one. You only need your wands." Hearing Lupin's words, the young wizards looked surprised. In their first year, they had never had a practical lesson on defense against the dark arts. In their second year, almost every class was a practical lesson, but most of the time was spent reading novels and role-playing. Only towards the end of Get Out of Class was there a pitifully short amount of time for a truly unexpected practical lesson. So, hearing that this professor was going to give them a practical lesson right away, the young wizards were understandably surprised. Once the students were ready, Professor Lupin led them out of the classroom and down a long corridor. Upon reaching their destination, a small incident occurred. They encountered Peeves, the prankster who loved to play tricks. As usual, it was up to its old tricks, stuffing chewing gum into the keyhole of a house. Besides the teachers, the only one who could truly control it was Barrow, the resident ghost of Slytherin. For most students, this seemed to be the only way to deal with Peeves. But to everyone's surprise, it only looked up when Professor Lupin was just 2 steps away, then began to taunt him, cheek to cheek. "Lupin, you crazy idiot! Lupin, you crazy idiot!" Peeves was notoriously unruly, but it usually showed some respect for teachers. Its current behavior was quite astonishing. "It's just taking advantage of Professor Lupin being a newcomer," Ron said confidently. The whole class looked at Professor Lupin curiously, wanting to see his reaction. Surprisingly, Professor Lupin remained polite throughout. After his attempts at persuasion failed, he simply demonstrated a spell. With a chant of Vadishu, the chewing gum Peeves had stuffed into the keyhole sprang out like a bullet, disappearing into Peeves' nostril. Peeves immediately fell silent, somersaulted, and flew away cursing. This incident, like Professor Lockhart's freezing charm last year, quickly elevated Professor Lupin's image in everyone's eyes. In a way, this effect was more effective than any form of education. See? I told you Professor Lupin was something special." Ron quickly seized the opportunity. He was on the train. Actually, Ron had already mentioned it once at the opening ceremony, but as the saying goes, seeing is believing. At the time, everyone thought Ron's account was somewhat exaggerated. But now, seeing him so easily deal with Peeves, Ron's credibility skyrocketed. Professor Lupin didn't stop the whispering, but led them onward, stopping at the door of a faculty lounge after passing through the second corridor. "Please come in," Professor Lupin said, opening the door and stepping aside to let the students enter first. The lounge was long and narrow, a typical example of a space where the depth was greater than the width. The room itself was unremarkable, with wooden panels on the walls and old chairs piled up. However, the person inside surprised everyone: Severus Snape, head of Slytherin House and Potions Professor. As the students entered, he turned to look at the young lions, a mocking smile in his eyes. Professor Lupin was the last to enter, and as he was about to close the door, Snape stopped him. Chapter 303 Humor. "Don't close the door, Lupin," Professor Snape said coldly. "I think it's better if I don't witness this." With that, he strode past the students like an old bat. Watching Snape's departing figure, the little lions all showed disdain. "What's with the swagger? I must remind you, Dean, it's wrong to talk about professors behind their backs." I'm sorry, sir, it's all right," Lupin smiled gently. "I just hope that one day you won't be talking about me like this behind my back. That's impossible." "Sir, you're not like Snape. Your performance just now was brilliant. Perhaps it was from practicing rap too much," but whenever Dean spoke quickly, his words had a rhythmic melody, like singing, which was quite amusing. "Before we officially begin the lesson, I must thank one of you students. It was on his suggestion that I prepared today's practical lesson." While everyone was wondering who had given Professor Lupin the suggestion, he gestured for the students to look at the other end of the room. The students' attention was immediately drawn to an old wardrobe where the teachers used to change their robes. When Professor Lupin walked up to it, the wardrobe suddenly began to shake violently. The movements were so intense that it even started banging against the wall. Several young wizards were startled and immediately backed away. Professor Lupin frowned slightly, but remembering Sherlock's account of Lockhart's first lesson, he calmed himself and said, "Don't worry, it's just a bog art." However, his words had no effect, especially on Neville and Seamus. The situation was too similar to their first lesson in second year. Neville was already timid, and Seamus was even more so. Last year, he had been lifted by the ear and hung from a chandelier by a house elf, an incident that had left an indelible impression on him. Boggarts prefer dark, enclosed spaces. Wardrobes, gaps under beds, and cupboards under sinks are common haunts. I was wondering where to find one, but one just happened to move in yesterday. So I asked the headmaster to let the teachers keep it for my third-year students' practical lessons. Now, here's the question. After a brief introduction, Professor Lupin's gaze swept across the class. Who can tell me what a bog art is? A flurry of hands shot up. Harry's glasses nearly fell off, but thankfully, he'd honed his agility under Sherlock's tutelage and managed to dodge. Professor Lupin was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected these little lions to be so eager. Miss Lavender, Hermione was visibly disappointed at not being called on by Professor Lupin. "I don't understand," she whispered to Sherlock. "What's going on with everyone today?" Professor Lockhart's last class. Hearing Sherlock's words, Hermione immediately remembered. Before Lockhart was completely controlled by Voldemort, he had said he would bring a magical creature of the spirit class, a boggart. Although that class never happened, in retrospect, it was practically a preview. A boggart is a shape-shifting creature. It transforms into whatever it thinks will scare us the most. Hermione frowned. Lavender's answer was a bit too colloquial, not the textbook standard. But Professor Lupin nodded. "I couldn't have explained it any clearer myself." Lavender was practically jumping for joy. This was the first time she'd received such high praise from a professor. Previously, this kind of treatment was almost exclusively reserved for her roommate, Hermione. As Lavender said, the boggart doesn't have a concrete form yet because it doesn't know what people outside are afraid of. In fact, no one knows what the boggart is like when it's alone. But as soon as it's released, it immediately becomes what each of us fears most. "Professor, I have a question." Seeing Sherlock raise his hand, not only Lupin but also the other students in the class were stunned. "What's going on?" Aside from the beginning of first year, the Lion King hadn't asked a question in a very, very long time, hadn't he? Since a boggart can transform into whatever it fears most, can we observe it without physical contact? For example, from a distance, using a telescope to observe its true form? A very interesting question, Sherlock, Professor Lupin said with a smile. As I just mentioned, boggarts prefer dark, enclosed spaces, so achieving what you described is inherently difficult. Of course, extreme cases are not impossible, such as a change in the surrounding environment that might place it in a location we can observe. But I must say, even if you are far from a boggart, it doesn't mean the boggart hasn't noticed you. Seeing the students' surprised looks, Professor Lupin continued with a smile. Simply put, the boggart's existence is entirely based on the personification of fear. When it senses a human's presence, it instantly reads and materializes the other's deepest fear through magical resonance. To put it more extremely, you can think of a boggart as blind. It doesn't see us with eyes. This instant transformation mechanism ensures that when someone is present, the boggart always appears as the embodiment of the observer's fear. That's why no one has ever been able to witness its true form in its natural state. I want to emphasize that even with the invisibility cloak or the disillusionment charm, a boggart can still detect the observer's presence through magical fluctuations or emotional remnants. Sherlock nodded. He understood. In the end, he was still relying on a non-magical perspective to think about the problem. Seeing doesn't necessarily require the eyes. Sherlock's question is an excellent one, and I hope you students can learn from him, not just passively accepting knowledge, but actively thinking. Next is my second question. We have a great advantage against the boggart. Has anyone noticed this advantage? Hermione once again raised her hand high, jumping up and down on tiptoe. This made Sherlock and Harry beside her a little awkward. Fortunately, a strong hand pressed on Hermione's shoulder, preventing her from jumping any further. "Calm down, my dear Hermione." Hermione's face immediately turned red, but fortunately, it wasn't noticeable because of her skin color. This time, only Hermione raised her hand, So Professor Lupin gave her the opportunity. Because there are so many of us, the Boggart doesn't know what form it should take. Excellent. That's the best way to deal with a Boggart. Go in groups. This will give it a hard time deciding whether to become a giant skull or a tiny centipede. I once encountered something like that. A Boggart tried to scare two people at once and ended up as a caterpillar with a skull on its head. Not scary at all, of course. The whole class burst into laughter. Next, Professor Lupin taught everyone how to deal with a Boggart and led them in practicing. The spell was quite interesting. Let's practice the spell without once for now. Repeat after me. Funny funny, funny funny. After practicing several times with the whole class, Professor Lupin was quite satisfied with their performance. Of course, this is only the simplest part. Spells alone are not enough, we also need strong willpower. Fighting the Boggart in groups is only a temporary solution. What can truly defeat it is laughter, a hearty, genuine laugh. So when you face the Boggart, you need to force it into an image that you find very funny. Now, let's start with Professor Lupin's gaze swept over the class again, quickly locking onto one student. Neville Longbottom. Huh? Neville almost shrank behind Sherlock's tall frame, but he was still called out. Neville, you're shaking so badly. Harry, standing next to Sherlock, kindly reminded him. So hiding won't help. Thanks to Harry, Neville finally understood why Professor Lupin had approached him. Unfortunately, he found out too late. Encouragingly, under Professor Lupin's watchful gaze, Neville reluctantly walked step by step toward the wardrobe. When he stopped in front of it, the Boggart inside seemed to sense something and began to shake violently again. Strangely, Neville shook even more violently than the wardrobe itself. No one knew how he managed it. Seeing this, Professor Lupin knew Neville couldn't complete this practical lesson on his own, so he spoke in as gentle a tone as possible. Neville, tell me something first. What are you most afraid of in this world? Neville's lips moved, but no sound came out. I'm sorry, Neville, I didn't hear you. Professor Lupin didn't seem to mind, maintaining his gentle demeanor. Neville looked around frantically, as if pleading for help. When he looked at Sherlock, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he stared intently at Sherlock. Professor Lupin was somewhat surprised. Sherlock, do you know what Neville is most afraid of? The whole class looked at Sherlock curiously. I'm sorry, Professor, I don't know. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 The Crossdresser at Hogwarts. When Neville heard Sherlock say he didn't know what he was most afraid of, he became incredibly dejected. Having been Sherlock's classmate for 3 years, Neville's experience told him that Sherlock could know everything about him with just a glance. But how could he not know? Just then, Sherlock's voice rang out again. But I know now, that's more like it. Neville's face lit up instantly. Professor Lupin also looked at Sherlock with interest. Tell me about it. Neville's biggest fear is potions. Professor Severus Snape. The whole class laughed. Neville grinned sheepishly. Professor Lupin immediately understood. But just to be on the safe side, he asked, Neville, is that right? Why yes. Neville first gave Sherlock a grateful look, then quietly gave an affirmative answer. Professor Lupin gave a thoughtful look, then asked, as far as I know, you live with your grandmother, right? Why yes. Neville nodded at first, then realized what was happening and quickly added, but I don't want Boggart to look like my grandmother. The whole class burst into laughter again, filling the classroom with a joyful atmosphere. Professor Lupin smiled as well. You misunderstand, Neville. Don't worry, I won't let Professor Snape become your grandmother. Next, Professor Lupin guided Neville to carefully recall his grandmother's usual attire. He then asked everyone to step back, leaving a clearing for Neville to face Boggart alone. Once Neville was ready, Professor Lupin waved his wand. A burst of sparks struck the spherical handle of the wardrobe with pinpoint accuracy. The wardrobe swung open. When Boggart, disguised as Professor Snape, stepped out of the wardrobe, the entire class gasped. It looked exactly like him. Greasy black hair, pale skin, fierce eyes, a signature hooked nose, and that all too familiar black robe. It almost made one wonder if Professor Snape, who had just left, had cast some kind of spell and disappeared back into the closet. Even more surprisingly, Snape's eyes flashed with malice upon seeing Neville, and he walked straight towards him. Professor Snape pressed forward relentlessly, and Neville retreated step by step. Soon, Neville found himself surrounded by his classmates, with nowhere left to retreat. He trembled as he raised his wand, but no sound came out. Hermione, standing right behind Neville, couldn't help but draw her wand upon seeing this. Professor Lupin witnessed this and was about to speak when someone beat him to it. Sherlock grabbed Hermione's hand. Hermione jolted, as if electrocuted. Sherlock hadn't expected such a strong reaction. He glanced at her with some surprise, then said, "Let him do it himself." Hermione nodded and slowly lowered her hand. Seeing this, Professor Lupin couldn't help but show an approving look. At the same time, Snape also reached into his robes. However, the moment he pulled out his wand, Neville's hidden courage was finally unleashed under pressure. Slip, funny, funny, funny. As Neville successfully uttered the spell, Professor Snape stumbled. The next moment, with a snap, his appearance changed. The black robe that had previously earned him the nickname Old Bat disappeared, replaced by a lace-trimmed green dress and a top hat. On the hat was a vulture specimen riddled with insects, and he carried an enormous handbag. When such attire, so incongruous with his persona, appeared on the cold and aloof Professor Snape, the contrast was immediately apparent. Not to mention that this scene was presented directly to everyone. Unsurprisingly, the entire class burst into joyful laughter. The cross-dressing Snape stopped, looking around as if admiring the scenery. Neville, his face flushed with excitement after his success, was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Next, Parvati, go, Professor Lupin called out, adding, "The rest of you should also prepare yourselves, think about what you're most afraid of, and how to make it funny." As Parvati stepped forward, Professor Snape, dressed in women's clothing, vanished, transforming into a blood-stained, bandaged mummy. Clearly, he'd watched too many horror movies. When the mummy's lifeless face turned to Parvati and dragged itself towards her, Parvati acted far more decisively than Neville. Funny. Funny. With a swift recitation of the spell, the mummy's bandages suddenly snapped. The next moment, it tripped over itself and fell to the ground with a thud. Very good, Professor Lupin nodded with a smile, seeing Parvati's excited expression. Next, Seamus. Seamus's greatest fear was the female ghost. She looked as if she had just crawled out of a well. Her long, wet black hair obscured her face, making it impossible to see her features. But when she raised her head, her eyes had no pupils, they were entirely pale. When she opened her mouth, the corners stretched all the way to her ears. Her teeth were densely packed, enough to make anyone with trypophobia shudder. Not only Seamus, but many students were terrified by the sight. Seamus, bearing the brunt of the fear, endured immense psychological pressure. He took a deep breath, drew his wand, and shouted, "Hilarious! Hilarious!" The female ghost, who had been letting out a piercing scream, suddenly stopped, as if her throat had been gripped. In fact, her throat was indeed being gripped, but by herself. Just then, something unexpected happened. Before Seamus had left and before the other person could step forward, the female ghost vanished with a snap, transforming into a rat. This rat was strange, it began circling its own tail. After a moment, it transformed into a rattlesnake, again circling its own tail. Just as it bit its own tail, its snap turned into a large eyeball. Excellent. You all did a fantastic job. We've completely confused it, Professor Lupin praised generously. Next student, Dean, go. The students remaining on the field watched the tense and exciting scene while desperately trying to figure out what they were most afraid of and how to make it look ridiculous. Those who had already completed the practice were much more relaxed, they could simply watch the show without any psychological burden. Sherlock, though not yet on stage, was very relaxed, just like the students who had completed the practice. Sherlock had already considered this problem when Lockhart suggested using Boggarts last semester. Unfortunately, after thinking for 3 days and 3 nights, he still couldn't figure out what he was afraid of. That's why he was so interested in Boggarts. He regretted it for a long time when Lockhart couldn't finish the course. Finally, this semester he met a reliable defense against the dark arts professor, and Sherlock decisively suggested restarting the Boggart training program. However, although Professor Lupin adopted Sherlock's suggestion, Sherlock still didn't know what he was afraid of. So, he was more curious than fearful. Harry, besides Sherlock, was also thinking. The difference was that he clearly knew what he was afraid of. At first, he thought of Voldemort, the one who killed his parents, made him an orphan, and who might very well rise again. However, this thought only lasted a moment before being replaced by another image. A hand. A rotting hand, as if soaked in water. That chilling black robe, like a monster that could steal all warmth with a single breath. It was it, the Dementors. Just imagining it made Harry feel uneasy, and he involuntarily shivered. He quickly looked around, hoping no one noticed. Fortunately, he noticed that most of the people around him had their eyes closed, and Ron was even muttering, "Take off its legs, take off its legs." Harry knew exactly what was going on, because Ron had said more than once that he was terrified of spiders. As for the classmates who hadn't closed their eyes, they were also engrossed in the horror movie in front of them. It seemed that no one was paying attention to them. Harry had just breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed Sherlock looking at him with a half-smile. This made Harry feel embarrassed. He was sure Sherlock had seen his awkwardness. But thinking that it was Sherlock, the shame in his heart dissipated a lot. It didn't matter if Sherlock saw him. Just then, Professor Lupin called Ron's name. Ron ran forward, and then several classmates couldn't help but gasp. Because what Ron was afraid of was really outrageous. A giant spider, at least 6 feet tall and covered in hair, appeared in front of everyone. As everyone knows, most people in the world have trypophobia and megalophobia. It's just a matter of degree. The spider that Bogart conjured up when facing Ron perfectly combined both of these traits. Most insects, magnified countless times, evoke disgust and fear. Let alone an arthropod like a spider with multiple legs, hair, and eyes. When Sherlock saw several classmates involuntarily backing away, he knew they were being influenced by Ron. Their greatest fears might even change. The enormous spider, meanwhile, aggressively approached Ron, slowly extending its pincers. For a moment, most people thought Ron was paralyzed with fear. At that crucial moment, Ron drew his wand and roared, "Funny! Funny!" Immediately, all of the spider's legs vanished. Without its slender legs for support, it rolled to the ground. Even so, it was still enormous, and Lavender Brown screamed and dodged to the side. But the spider's massive body didn't stop, continuing to roll around on the ground. And, coincidentally, it landed at Harry's feet. Harry knew that this time, even without Professor Lupin's prompting, he would have to step forward. However, just as he raised his wand, preparing to confront the Bogart, something unexpected happened. "Thanks to King Shuzizzy for the donation to Gemma Farley. Your support is my motivation to update." Chapter 305 The Popular Professor Hagrid. The giant spider rolled to Harry's feet, and just as he was about to confront it, Professor Lupin rushed forward before him. Under Harry's puzzled gaze, Professor Lupin shouted, "Hey, look here!" Bogart was immediately drawn to Professor Lupin. Sherlock was also captivated. After a 3-second moment of deep thought, he deduced why Professor Lupin hadn't let Harry face Bogart. Soon, a crisp snap was heard. The giant legless spider vanished. Everyone searched for Bogart. Sherlock, as always, spotted its trail immediately. A silvery white sphere floated in front of Lupin. It had risen from the ground into the air. No wonder everyone hadn't been able to find it for a while. Hilarious. Professor Lupin used the same spell. However, his voice was languid, a stark contrast to the excited students. The effect was immediate. The silvery white sphere immediately floated away like a deflated balloon. Harry frowned at the sight, about to continue his previous actions, when a strong hand pressed down on his shoulder. "Sherlock," he turned to look at Sherlock, puzzled, not understanding why Professor Lupin and Sherlock were both stopping him. Did they both think he couldn't handle the Bogart? Because of this delay, Professor Lupin called Neville's name a second time. "Neville, the final blow is yours, finish it off." Neville, now brimming with confidence, strode forward. At that moment, the Bogart, transformed into a deflated balloon, fell to the ground, reverting to half-dead praying mantis. As Neville approached, the cold, sarcastic, and gloomy Professor Snape returned. However, this Neville was not the same one. He confidently raised his wand and loudly chanted the spell. Hilarious. Hilarious. The next moment, the cross-dressing Snape reappeared before everyone. Without waiting for the other students, Neville himself burst into a hearty laugh. With a smile, the Bogart exploded, turning into countless wisps of smoke and disappearing. A bit of a shame, Sherlock shook his head, witnessing this. What excellent experimental material, the kind that could be reused. What a waste. Very good, Today's lesson was a great success. Hearing Professor Lupin's words, the whole class applauded enthusiastically. Let me see, I'll give Gryffindor 5 points, because everyone who participated in the practical lesson successfully subdued the boggart. 10 points for Neville alone, because he succeeded twice. 5 points for Sherlock, because today's practical lesson began at his suggestion. Oh, and Hermione and Lavender, 5 points each. The whole class suddenly looked enlightened, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at Sherlock. Undoubtedly, it was a successful and interesting practical lesson. But I didn't do anything, only Hermione was somewhat confused and annoyed. Like Sherlock, she still didn't know what she was afraid of. Hermione had originally planned to use this opportunity to test her, but Professor Lupin didn't give her a chance at all. At the beginning of class, you and Lavender successfully answered my question. Hermione wasn't very satisfied with the answer, but Professor Lupin didn't give her another chance, continuing, everyone performed very well in class today. I must thank your first and second year teachers for giving you a very good foundation. Homework is to read the chapter about boggarts, then give a brief summary, due next Monday. That's all, get out of class dismissed, undoubtedly. Compared to the other courses in the first week of school, Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts course was a huge success. The young wizards left the faculty lounge, chattering excitedly as they walked. Did you see how I took down that ghost? Very exciting, Seamus, but I still think the ghost hand caught in the mousetrap was more interesting. A ghost hand is nothing. If you ask me, Snape in women's clothing was the best. Neville is the MVP today. Yes, I agree, me too. The Gryffindor quartet, walking together, were also discussing today's lesson. This was truly the best defense against the dark arts class we've ever had. It's miles ahead of Lockhart and Quirrell. Professor Lupin is indeed a very good teacher. Sherlock wasn't wrong at all, but I also hope I'll have a chance to deal with that boggart. Not everyone gets a chance to practice in a practical class, but what are you most afraid of? It's not a test paper that only lost 1 point. Ha ha ha. Harry, what's wrong? Ron was joking when he suddenly noticed that his good friend seemed a little sullen, so he quickly asked with concern. Nothing. Harry realized he had attracted Ron's attention and quickly said, I was just wondering why Professor Lupin would be afraid of a crystal ball. Who knows? Ron shrugged. Maybe he's also afraid of seeing ominous signs of death? You know, crystal balls are used for divination. Hermione snorted, too lazy to argue with Ron about divination. She turned to Sherlock and asked curiously, and you, Sherlock, what are you most afraid of? The same as you, my friend, the same as me. Hermione was about to blush again when Sherlock said, I'm the same as you. I also hope I'll have a chance to deal with that boggart, because I also want to know what I'm afraid of. Hermione, Cyrillic letter deck. Why do I always overthink things? Sherlock's attention wasn't on Hermione, but on Harry. From the moment they left the classroom, he noticed Harry's strange behavior and deduced why. However, since Harry didn't mention it, he didn't either. He wanted to see how long Harry could hold out. Friday's classes were another recurring elective. Harry and Hermione went with Sherlock to ancient ruins, while Ron went back to his dormitory for a long sleep after breakfast. In Harry's opinion, this course was even more boring than History of Magic. Because the full name of this course was Ancient Rune Studies. As the name suggests, this course is primarily theoretical, with Professor Bishita Bablin leading the class in studying ancient runic magical texts. Despite the textbook's title, An Easy Introduction to Ancient Runes, most students found it anything but easy. It's no exaggeration to say that only Sherlock and Hermione were keeping up. Having already missed 2 classes, Harry felt utterly overwhelmed. He'd spent an entire class studying just the demigod character, which represented the number 0. It's too hard, Harry complained at the end of Get Out of Class. I feel like this is the hardest course of the semester. My grandmother said arithmetic and divination are even harder. Neville Longbottom, who was also taking the course, said with a long face. She said I definitely wouldn't be able to remember all those complicated diagrams and numbers, so I chose this, but I can't remember this either. This course is definitely different from the others. What, Sherlock, even you think so? Oh no. I should have just chosen divination and magical creatures conservation. No, I mean, this course is a language course, which is the most fundamental difference from other courses. Although almost no one communicates in ancient runes anymore, its importance is still undeniable. Sherlock, are you referring to the case of the Greek interpreter? I'm glad you remember it, my dear Hermione. Our interpreter friend helped me confirm John Smith's background through the runes on that ornament. Sherlock, what about our electives next week? The same as this week. No, dear Harry, that's too mechanical. My suggestion is that next week we can take different electives according to our own preferences. That way, we can exchange progress after class, and after about a month, I think everyone will know which courses they truly enjoy. In that case, I'll take divination and magical creatures conservation with Ron first, and then take the other courses in my free time. Is that alright? Of course, no problem. And you, Hermione, which course are you planning to skip? Hearing that Sherlock and Harry were going to take separate classes, Hermione broke out in a cold sweat. Now, being called on by Sherlock, Hermione hesitated slightly before saying, I'll see. Sherlock gave her a meaningful look. Alright. As time went on, Defense Against the Dark Arts quickly became a popular course. Professor Lupin was truly an excellent teacher. Or rather, because the previous Defense Against the Dark Arts professors were so incompetent, Professor Lupin's excellence was made all the more apparent. During his time teaching, Defense Against the Dark Arts finally regained its rightful place. It truly became a practical course, no longer just dryly listening to the professor read or playing role-playing games with him. Besides the first lesson on boggarts, they also learned about other creatures such as red hats and kaba. Red hats were ugly, goblin-like creatures that often lurked in places where blood had flowed, waiting to attack lost people with their large clubs. As for kaba, they had actually learned about them in their second year. These creatures were actually the kappa that Professor Lockhart had brought to class. They were aquatic reptiles that looked like scaly monkeys, and like red hats, they lurked, waiting to strangle anyone who entered the pond. However, compared to Professor Lockhart's less than 10-minute lectures, Professor Lupin could give half the class a real taste of fighting monsters. Not to mention, his lessons went straight to the point, without any lengthy preamble. Surprisingly, besides Defense Against the Dark Arts, Hagrid's Protecting Magical Creatures course was the most popular. Chapter 306 Not aiming for the best, but for the most expensive. The first lesson of the new semester, Protecting Magical Creatures, initially gave the lion cubs and snakes quite a shock, but upon reflection, it was surprisingly enjoyable. Even the ever-troublemaker Malfoy couldn't find fault with it. Of course, this might also be because his attention wasn't fully focused on the lesson itself. However, the second lesson was even more popular. Hagrid, taking Sherlock's advice, brought the fluffy creatures to class. Those soft, fluffy little balls were incredibly cute, instantly winning over many. Every little witch was captivated. Even many boys stared at them with shining eyes. Especially after Hagrid offered to give away 3 fluffy creatures as a reward, the young wizards went wild. These creatures were already highly sought-after pets among wizards, and much more expensive than ordinary pets. They were adorable, gentle, harmless, and even scavengers, helping wizards with cleaning. How much would such perfect pets cost? It should cost at least 20 galleons. Wrong. 20 galleons? That's the cost price. 40 galleons and up. Don't complain about the price, no discounts. The shrewd pet seller had carefully studied the psychology of his customers. A buyer willing to pay 20 galleons for a pet wouldn't care about paying another 20. What is a successful person? This is a successful person, buying the most expensive things, not necessarily the best. Hagrid generously gave away the 40 galleon pets as classroom rewards. The result was predictable. The young wizards fought tooth and nail in Hagrid's class, almost breaking their heads trying to get them. The class was a resounding success. So Hagrid followed up, giving away 7 more puffies in the next 2 classes. After all, pets that seemed incredibly expensive to others were just a trip to the Forbidden Forest for him. Like his hut, the doghouse made of unicorn fur, a mere tens of thousands of galleons, nothing special. This incident even made Hagrid's reputation surpass that of Professor Lupin for a time. Whether or not they had taken his class, everyone who saw him would respectfully address him as Professor Hagrid. This made Hagrid beam with joy. He never imagined he would one day possess such prestige. Unfortunately, due to time conflict, Sherlock couldn't attend the Magical Creatures Protection class. This inevitably left Hagrid somewhat disappointed. After all, the effectiveness of his class was entirely due to Sherlock's advice. However, for third-year students, apart from Defense Against the Dark Arts and Magical Creatures Protection, the other courses weren't so pleasant. The 6 compulsory courses, Transfiguration, Herbalism, Potions, Charms, History of Magic, and Astronomy, were not significantly different from the previous year. Moving up to the third year, the courses were clearly much more difficult than in the lower years, especially Transfiguration and Potions. However, for Gryffindor students, while Transfiguration was difficult, Professor McGonagall was at least objective and fair, and wouldn't make things difficult for them in class. But Potions was a different story. Professor Snape already had a problem with Gryffindor students, and this only made things worse. No secrets stay hidden forever. In the first defense against the dark arts class, Boggart transformed into Professor Snape's likeness. That wouldn't have been so bad, but Neville, through his manipulation, even dressed him in his grandmother's clothes, turning him into a cross-dresser. This was absolutely intolerable to Professor Snape. However, Neville's actions were part of the normal practical teaching exercise, so even though he was furious, he couldn't use that as a reason to directly punish Neville. Therefore, in Potions class, he added another target to his list of targets besides Harry and Sherlock. In fact, during this period, Neville was targeted more often than Harry. This relieved Harry. However, he immediately felt that his actions were somewhat unfair, so he tried his best to help Neville. The result was predictable. Both of them were severely punished by Professor Snape. Gryffindor was reduced to Gryffindor. In less than a month, their house grades plummeted to the bottom of the 4 houses. However, the little lions didn't care anymore. What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, by the end of the year, the Lion King and the Savior will definitely make up for the points, Seamus said confidently. His statement won the approval of many. After all, that's how it had been the previous 2 years. What are you talking about? Hermione disagreed. The previous 2 years were special cases. The first year, we stopped Voldemort's plot to steal the Philosopher's Stone, so we received a lot of points. The second year, Professor Lockhart was controlled, and Sherlock and Harry received special contribution awards for their contributions to the school. Surely something bad can happen at Hogwarts every year? If that were the case, we could rename this place Azkaban. Yeah, that's what we thought last year too. Hermione's roommate, Parvati Petal, grinned and put her arm around Hermione's shoulder. Anyway, I believe in the Lion King. Maybe this year he and the Savior will catch Sirius Black. Petal couldn't help but laugh at this point. Mainly because the idea was just too absurd. Black is out of the question, but I think we have a good chance of winning Quidditch this year, right, Potter? Hermione's other roommate, Lavender Brown, chimed in. To be honest, Harry didn't really want to talk to Pettier and Lavender. But since they had asked, he couldn't bring himself to ignore them, so he nodded. Yes, we have a very good chance of winning this year, but Potter, you have to be careful during the match. Don't forget your tea, Harry. This was precisely why Harry didn't want to talk to these 2 girls. Ever since the first lesson, when the omen of death was announced, Divination Professor Trelawney seemed to have a grudge against Harry. Every time she saw Harry, she would immediately become teary-eyed. Harry desperately wanted Sherlock to come to class with him. Because whenever Sherlock was present, Professor Trelawney would be much more restrained and less audacious towards Harry. Unexpectedly, Professor Trelawney had gained quite a few followers. Many students in the class respected the professor to the point of worship. For example, Hermione's roommates, Parvati and Lavender, have started treating Professor Trelawney the same way they treated Professor Lockhart last year. After Sherlock mentioned that Professor Trelawney wouldn't eat with everyone in the Great Hall, they would even go to Professor Trelawney's tower after lunch. No one knows what Professor Trelawney actually said to them. But every time they returned, they seemed like completely different people. They were incredibly mysterious, and when asked, they acted as if they knew something others didn't. If it were just that, Harry wouldn't dislike them. But now, they deliberately lower their voices when speaking to Harry, and frequently mention keywords like ominous signs, tea, and death. Surprisingly, Ron actually thinks their behavior is quite good. This naturally makes Harry even more annoyed. And then there's astronomy. Because they bought the Galaxy model, Sherlock and Hermione have gradually started selectively skipping the class. Harry initially wanted to join them, but found he couldn't keep up with the 2 big shots if he didn't pay attention in class, so he had to give up. This secretly relieved Hermione. For safety reasons, Sherlock stopped taking Harry to the Forbidden Forest at night this semester. However, starting from the second week of school, he resumed morning training with Harry and Neville. Harry practiced boxing, Neville fencing, and both friends began to grow stronger. Before they knew it, a month had passed. After a month of study, Harry had decided to completely abandon ancient runes and divination, focusing on divination, Muggle studies, and magical creature protection. Only one more subject than Ron: Muggle studies. You should have done this sooner. You wasted so much money buying so many textbooks, Ron remarked. Sherlock murmured, in this country, knowledge is inherently expensive. Unlike Harry, Sherlock's course selection had been quite random this past month. Whenever courses overlapped, he would take whichever he wanted. Sometimes she'd be with Harry and Ron, sometimes with Hermione. They maintained a steady pace through the 5 newly added courses. Throughout this process, Hermione remained steadfastly on Sherlock's side. Whatever class Sherlock took, Hermione took too. Meanwhile, as early October approached, the Quidditch season drew near. One Thursday evening, Gryffindor Quidditch captain Oliver Wood called a meeting to discuss tactics. Now a 7th-year student, Wood had grown even taller, making his voice resolute as he addressed the Quidditch players. This is my last chance. At the end of this school year, I will leave Hogwarts, and there will never be another chance. The other 6 players exchanged glances. Had Wood not reminded them, they would have almost forgotten about it. Gryffindor hasn't won in 7 whole years. 7 years. Do you know how I've survived these 7 years? Chapter 307 Sherlock helps me. In the Gryffindor Quidditch team's dressing room, Captain Oliver Wood, his eyes bloodshot and filled with madness, exclaimed, for the last 2 years, our names should have been engraved on the Quidditch Cup. Ever since Harry, the youngest seeker in a century, joined the team, I thought it was a sure thing. Unfortunately, we seem to have become the unluckiest team in the world. Injuries, cancellations. Harry lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed. Both incidents were related to him. In his first year, he was injured and hospitalized while facing Voldemort and Quirrell, forcing Gryffindor to play against Ravenclaw with 1 less player, resulting in their biggest defeat in 300 years. In his second year, Tom Riddle manipulated Lockhart to open the Chamber of Secrets, causing the cancellation of the entire remaining season. Luck is also part of skill, Sherlock, who had come to the Quidditch dressing room with Harry, said calmly. Sherlock was the only one allowed into the dressing room as a non-team member, a privilege unchallenged by the rest of the Gryffindor team. The Lion King, all of Gryffindor is his territory. What's a mere dressing room to him? Wood nodded. Holmes is right, luck is part of skill, but, he held his left palm flat, slamming his right fist heavily into his left, we want to have our names written on the Quidditch trophy, but we've never succeeded. This year is our last chance. Wood spoke with such poignant emotion that even the Weasley twins, who usually loved to crack jokes during his speeches, were moved. Oliver, we'll definitely have no problem this year, Fred Weasley said. We'll definitely succeed, George Weasley said. We'll definitely succeed, Harry said softly. Holmes, I know you take Harry to practice every morning, and of course, I think it's a good thing to improve the physical fitness of our seekers. But I'd like to ask, could you let Harry rest properly the morning after our training? Otherwise, his body won't be able to handle it. Of course, my friend, Sherlock had a high opinion of this Gryffindor Quidditch captain. His love for Quidditch was genuine. Sherlock never underestimated someone who could wholeheartedly pursue a goal. Even if Wood didn't say so, Sherlock wouldn't force Harry to go to morning training with him. Because since their first year, he had never forced anyone to do so. Just look at Ron. He always said next time, but never actually did it. Under these circumstances, the Gryffindor team began training, scheduled for every Wednesday evening. Every Gryffindor player was determined to win. As time went on, the sun's direct rays gradually moved from the equator towards the southern hemisphere. The days grew shorter, the nights longer, and the weather grew colder. Although Quidditch practice was at a fixed time, the nights were even darker. Just like last year, the local weather brought strong winds and torrential rain. However, none of this could dampen Gryffindor's hopes for ultimately winning the gleaming Quidditch trophy. Harry even cast the water and fire immunity charm he'd learned from Cho Chang on his own and his teammates' side, ensuring they wouldn't be soaked to the bone after each practice session. This earned him high praise from Wood. Well done, Harry, thank her for me. But I must say, if we face Ravenclaw, you can't go easy on her just because she's your opponent. Don't worry, Wood, I won't, Harry said firmly. He and Cho Chang were indeed good friends, but he would never hold back in a match because of this. He and Cho Chang had discussed this matter long ago. In fact, it was Cho Chang who brought it up. If he did, even Cho Chang herself would think he was underestimating her. One evening after practice, Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room. Despite being protected by fire and water magic and having a warming spell, Harry was still shivering from the cold. However, his heart was warm. The training had been very effective, and he could clearly feel the team was in excellent form. Even against 7 Nimbus 2001s, they were confident they could defeat Slytherin. Sitting down next to Sherlock, Harry was surprised to find him flipping through an easy introduction to ancient runes. This impressed Harry greatly. Although the book was called An Easy Introduction to Ancient Runes, he couldn't concentrate on this massive volume without a teacher's explanation. Ron, on the other hand, was writing furiously next to Sherlock. Harry peeked over and saw that Ron was copying Sherlock's star charts. "Ron, didn't we go to astronomy class yesterday?" Harry was puzzled. Sherlock and Hermione hadn't gone to astronomy class last night, so why was he copying the work of someone who hadn't? "Come on, Harry, copying homework has absolutely nothing to do with whether you went to class or not," Ron said lazily, marking the last star in cursive and then pushing the chart to Harry. "If you want, you can copy mine too." Sherlock's homework omitted a lot of steps, so it's not suitable for direct copying. I improved his answers, making them more suitable for you to use as a reference. "You're even feeling superior for copying, aren't you?" Harry found it somewhat amusing and then yawned. Actually, he wanted to go to sleep more. But just as Ron said, his star chart wasn't finished either, so he could only helplessly drag his school bag over, take out his pen, ink, and paper, and start doing his homework. "Really not copying, I'll write it myself first, and copy it when I encounter something I don't know," Harry said, glancing at the chattering others in the common room, and asked curiously, "What happened?" "First time going to Hogsmeade for the weekend." Ron, who had finished drawing, was free. Hearing Harry's question, he immediately pointed to the new notice on the tattered bulletin board and explained to him, "Late October, Halloween Eve." Harry was taken aback at first, then became somewhat dejected. "Go if you want, my dear Harry." Although he had been reading the whole time, Sherlock still saw through Harry's thoughts at a glance. Harry looked up at Sherlock in surprise. "Yes, Harry, Black isn't stupid. He wouldn't go to Hogsmeade and do anything rash." Ron had already heard Harry say that his father wanted him to stay in Hogwarts Castle and not go anywhere. But clearly, he didn't quite take his father's caution seriously. Just then, Hermione arrived late. Hearing Ron's words, she bluntly offered a different opinion. "I don't think so, Harry. Why don't you stay at school this time? They'll definitely catch Black soon. After all, someone has already seen him once. That way, you'll have a chance to go there next time, and it'll be safer. Who knows when they'll catch Black?" "We can't just leave a third-year student at school," Ron retorted, unconvinced. "Even Sherlock thinks Harry should go." "Sherlock?" Hermione looked over in surprise. She hadn't heard Sherlock's previous conversation with Harry. Sherlock still didn't look up. "If Harry wants to, I certainly don't object to him going to Hogsmeade, but that has nothing to do with the reason Ron mentioned." Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry suddenly realized. The night before school started, Sherlock had told him that going to Hogsmeade might be an opportunity, a chance to lure the enemy out. Now, reminded by Sherlock, he immediately remembered. "Okay, I'll go with you." Hermione frowned, instinctively wanting to object. Unexpectedly, Crookshanks suddenly jumped onto her lap. It had a large, dead spider in its mouth. Ron only had PTSD from live spiders crawling around, but he didn't care about dead ones. However, he really disliked the cat Hermione had bought. So, seeing this, he frowned and said, "Does it have to eat this thing in front of us?" Hermione, of course, didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and affectionately patted Crookshanks' head. "Smart little guy, did you catch this yourself?" Crookshanks, of course, didn't answer Hermione, but after slowly chewing the spider, it turned its gaze to Ron. "Don't let it come any closer." Ron was even more annoyed at the sight. "Scabbers is still sleeping in my bag." He turned his head towards Harry. "Dude, don't waste time, you should just copy mine." Damn it. The instant he turned his head, Crookshanks leaped up with lightning speed, its target Ron's bag. Ron was a beat too slow. Crookshanks' forepaws were firmly embedded in the bag, refusing to let go. "Bloody hell. You damn beast, get off me." Ron panicked at the sight, cursing rudely as he grabbed the bag and swung it around. However, even after swinging it around for a full circle, Crookshank held on tightly. This action immediately drew the attention of everyone in the common room. Just then, Scabbers slipped out of the bag and began darting around the common room. Upon seeing Scabbers, Crookshank immediately dropped the bag, leaped to the other side of the table, and began chasing the panicked Scabbers. Ron wanted to chase Scabbers but was prevented from doing so by Crookshank, so he shouted, "Catch that dead cat!" The Weasley twins pounced on him. According to Wood, they themselves were like two wandering balls. Unfortunately, Crookshanks were more agile than them, so the Walking Ball brothers missed their target. Hermione, seeing this, panicked. "Don't hurt it." Her voice was already trembling with tears. Almost instinctively, she turned to her hero, the one who would come to her rescue if she cried out, "Sherlock, help me." Chapter 308 Cat and Mouse Game. Hermione had barely finished speaking when she suddenly felt a blur before her eyes. The next moment, Crookshanks was in Sherlock's arms. She hadn't even seen how Sherlock had done it. He was even holding the book, An Easy Introduction to Ancient Runes, in his other hand. "Oh, thank goodness," Hermione breathed a long sigh of relief. Sherlock, however, frowned. He was holding the book in one hand and tightly clutching Crookshanks in his arms with the other, but Crookshanks was struggling quite a bit. Meanwhile, without Crookshanks' interference, Ron, who was lying on the ground, finally managed to pull Scabbers out by its tail with considerable effort. "Look at it," Ron yelled angrily at Hermione, cradling Scabbers in his arms. "Look how skinny it is. Keep the damn beast away from it. Crooked Hill doesn't know it's wrong." Hermione was startled by Ron's appearance. She instinctively moved closer to Sherlock and stubbornly explained, "All cats like to chase mice, Ron. It just thought it was playing a game." "A game? Didn't you say it had cat-like blood? That damn beast is no ordinary cat. It must have heard me say Scabbers was in its bag." "Don't talk nonsense. Crooked Hill can smell it." "Enough. It's fixated on Scabbers." "I told you so." Ron was furious. He wouldn't listen to Hermione's explanation anymore and ignored the crowd of onlookers. He stormed back to the boys' dormitory, clutching Scabbers. Harry witnessed the whole thing. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but he was simply too tired after training. Besides, with Sherlock around, he felt he didn't need to intervene. However, he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. "Sherlock, this..." Harry looked at Sherlock, unsure what to say. "My dear Harry," Ron left his star chart behind. "Remember to bring it back for him when you go back." Seeing that Sherlock seemed unconcerned, Harry nodded instinctively. After saying this, Sherlock handed Crookshank to Hermione. By now, Scabbers had left, and Crookshank was no longer struggling to get down as before. "Thank you, Sherlock." Hermione's voice was still trembling, and her gaze towards Sherlock held an indescribable feeling. "No need to be so polite, my dear Hermione." After saying this, Sherlock glanced thoughtfully at Crookshank. Held in Hermione's arms, Crookshank glared fiercely at Sherlock, as if blaming him for ruining its plans. It was hard to imagine such an expression appearing on a cat. "Interesting." A smile appeared on Sherlock's lips. Ever since the cat and mouse game incident, Hermione and Ron had been at odds. Both felt they were in the right, resulting in neither wanting to speak to the other. This made Harry, caught on the middle, feel very uncomfortable. He tried several times to mediate between the two, but to no avail. Sherlock, however, didn't seem to care. "Since neither of them thinks they're wrong, let's just maintain the status quo." Harry sighed upon hearing this. That was Sherlock for you. He never cared about other people's opinions. One day at lunch, Watson happily brought Sherlock a letter. The newly appointed Professor Rubeus Hagrid invited them to his cottage. Ron, seeing that Hermione was going with Sherlock, immediately told him he had something to do. Harry wanted to go with Sherlock and Hermione, but Wood pulled him aside to discuss tactics. So, in the end, only Sherlock and Hermione went to Hagrid's golden house. Hermione even brought Crookshanks, hoping that Hagrid, an expert in zoology, would see what was going on. Welcome, welcome. Oh, where are Harry and the Weasley boys?" Hagrid's eyes crinkled into slits with a smile upon seeing Sherlock and Hermione, but noticing Harry and Ron's absence, he couldn't help but ask curiously. They went to discuss Quidditch tactics for the new season. Sherlock glanced at Hagrid's hut and noticed several fluffy creatures still inside. Clearly, Hagrid was still using his financial power to maintain his title as most popular professor. "Oh, I know, the first match is against Slytherin, right?" Hearing Sherlock's reply, Hagrid suddenly realized, and immediately brought the two of them homemade strong tea. "No doubt about it, Gryffindor will definitely crush Slytherin." "I should say, Gryffindor will definitely win the Quidditch championship this year." Hagrid spoke excitedly about this topic. It wasn't until he mentioned McGonagall's past as an excellent Quidditch player that he realized he had unknowingly gone too far again. He coughed twice, covering up the embarrassment of accidentally revealing past events again, before explaining why he had invited Sherlock here. After Sherlock's previous advice, the course on protecting magical creatures had become very popular. However, a month had passed, and they couldn't rely on Puffy to maintain popularity forever. So, he decided to go all out and approach Sherlock directly, asking him to help design the course for the year. "Hagrid, Sherlock is just a third-year student, and you're making him do this kind of thing." Hermione's eyes widened upon hearing Hagrid's request. "Yes, I know, but I haven't treated him like a child since first year," Hagrid said in a completely matter-of-fact tone. "He's much better than me. Look, even this little guy you brought likes them." Following Hagrid's gaze, Hermione saw Crookshanks happily chasing after Puffy, pouncing on him like a toy. This solidified a belief that Crookshanks only chased Scabbers out of amusement, never intending to actually eat it. "See? I would never have thought of this without Sherlock's help. I always thought you guys liked cute little creatures like Buckbeak and Aragog." Sherlock and Hermione exchanged a glance. Hagrid was truly something else. "Please, Sherlock," Hagrid said, looking at Sherlock with earnest eyes, hoping to move him. However, Sherlock refused. "Forget about the specific course arrangements," like Hermione said. "I'm just a third-year student, Sherlock." Hearing Sherlock's words, Hagrid shuddered, his eyes immediately reddening. "You won't help me, really?" Hermione stared at Hagrid in surprise. Although she considered herself to know Hagrid fairly well, this was a bit too much, wasn't it? "However, I can give you some advice." "Great." Hearing Sherlock's words, Hagrid's mood instantly changed from sorrow to joy, and he slapped Sherlock on the shoulder. Sherlock was prepared and remained unmoved. "Hagrid, be gentle." Hermione, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and quickly said, Sorry, I just got excited," and Hagrid scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly, then slapped his right hand with his left. "Why can't I control my hand, Hermione? My suggestion is that you can refer to the British Ministry of Magic's classification of magical creatures to determine the specific course content." Sherlock, you know, my brain isn't very sharp, so please be more specific." "It's very simple. For third and fourth year wizards, your course selection should focus on magical creatures of the XX and XXX levels, such as the Puffy that has made you so famous recently." Hearing Sherlock say this, Hagrid involuntarily puffed out his chest, and his face also became radiant. Sherlock glanced at him and continued, "For students in 5th grade and above, you can start teaching about magical creatures like XXX and XXXX. The specific content should be arranged in a tiered manner, increasing in danger level according to the fall, winter, and spring semesters. For us third-year students, after Christmas, you can start teaching about things like hippogriffs. As for which magical creatures to choose, that's up to you. During the lessons, safety is paramount. Make sure you can handle any unexpected situations that might arise." With a foundation laid by Puffy, Sherlock believed that even if Hagrid's aesthetic sense was unusual, the young wizards would be able to accept it. "Okay, let's do it." Hagrid remembered Sherlock's plan and felt instantly relieved. After that, at Hermione's request, Hagrid checked Crook Mountain and confirmed that it was in excellent health. "So it has cat-like blood, no wonder," Hagrid exclaimed with sudden realization. "Hermione, you've struck gold this time. Cat-like creatures are incredibly clever, they can spot those with ill intentions," but it kept its eyes on Ron's pet, Scabbers. Hermione sighed. "Haha, cats catching mice is only natural." Hagrid slapped Hermione on the shoulder, causing her to stumble and quickly grab Sherlock's arm to avoid falling. Hermione looked at Hagrid with a hint of helplessness, but Hagrid seemed oblivious. He laughed loudly. "It couldn't be Ron's little mouse with ill intentions, could it?" "Haha, haha." Sherlock glanced at the still cheerful Crookshanks, a thoughtful look flashing across his eyes. Before leaving, Hagrid gave the two some new food, barn fruit bread. Like the other dishes Hagrid made, it was a very hard food. After accepting it, Sherlock thought he could develop new uses for it, just like he used the rock bread as a shield and the toffee syrup as a throwing weapon. As for how to do it specifically, he'd have to think about it later. As Halloween drew closer, the festive atmosphere at Hogwarts grew stronger. October 16th, Friday. After finishing their study of ancient runes, Sherlock and Hermione headed straight for Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. As soon as they arrived outside the classroom, they noticed something was wrong. Hermione's roommate, Lavender Brown, was surrounded by several classmates, crying bitterly. Another roommate, Parvati Petty, was putting her arm around her shoulder, comforting her while whispering something to her good friends Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas. Hermione had developed a good relationship with her roommates, so upon seeing this, she immediately went over and anxiously asked, "What happened?" Harry and Ron had arrived even earlier. Their previous class was Professor Hagrid's Protecting Magical Creatures. When the two women saw this scene, they both showed expressions of surprise. Their surprise wasn't due to Lavender's crying, nor to Petty's comforting, nor even to Sherlock's greeting. It was because of Hermione, who was pressing Lavender for an explanation of what had happened. A light-hearted, entertaining historical novel is recommended. Those who enjoy this genre shouldn't miss it. Chapter 309. Don't skip meals just because you're afraid of choking. After the first week of the new term ended, Harry, who had selected all his electives, followed Sherlock's advice and stopped attending them with him. Later, Hermione had another argument with Ron, and to comfort his friend, Harry attended Magical Creatures Protection and Divination with Ron for a while. He only attended other classes when Ron was free. Both Harry and Ron agreed that Hermione should attend classes with Sherlock. However, this wasn't the case. Hermione might be late, but she was never absent. Whether Sherlock was in class with Harry and Ron or not, Hermione was always there. Of course, whenever this happened, she would sit on the other side of Harry, not speaking to Ron. Harry had asked Hermione why she didn't attend classes with Sherlock, but Hermione always gave vague answers. He initially thought Hermione had also had a conflict with Sherlock, but their interactions during break seemed perfectly normal. This made him even more puzzled. Ron, of course, remained silent. What puzzled the two was that Hermione had just been with him in Professor Hagrid's Protection of Magical Creatures class, but then she disappeared as soon as get out of class ended. They hadn't thought much of it at first, but now she had suddenly reappeared. When did she get with Sherlock? Did you see her? Ron asked, frowning. Harry shook his head, looking confused. He knew Sherlock was in his Ancient Runes class, but that classroom was on the other side of the castle. Just then, Sherlock walked up to them. Your expressions tell me you're having some trouble, more or less. Sherlock, has Hermione been with you the whole time? Sherlock raised an eyebrow, looking at Harry. Why do you ask? Because she was in Protection of Magical Creatures with us, Ron said irritably. She disappeared as soon as get out of class ended, and we've been here for ages, but you two showed up together. Oh, Sherlock looked at Hermione, who was anxiously asking Lavender why she was crying. I just happened to run into her, Sherlock chuckled, pointing at Lavender and Petty. You were probably distracted by them and didn't notice us. What happened? Lavender received a letter from home this morning, Harry whispered. Her rabbit, Binge, was killed by a fox. I should have known. At the same time, Lavender shouted to Hermione, do you know what day it is today? What day? Hermione didn't quite catch on. October 16th, Friday. The thing you fear most will happen on October 16th, remember, she was right. This she was clearly referring to Professor Trelawney. The moment these words were spoken, the entire class gasped. Seamus and Dean, who had previously looked curious, became incredibly serious. I'm sorry, Lavender, Hermione hesitated, but after thinking for a moment, she asked, You've been worried that Binge will be bitten to death by a fox. It might not be a fox. Lavender looked at Hermione with teary eyes, but I'm obviously afraid the rabbit will die, aren't I? Hearing Lavender's words, Hermione frowned and asked again, is Binge an old rabbit? No. Lavender shook his head, it's a baby bunny. If that's the case, then why are you afraid it will die? Parvati glared at Hermione, annoyed. Seeing this, Harry quickly stepped forward, grabbed Hermione, and lowered his voice. Hermione, stop talking. After Hermione's series of questions, he had sensed that the atmosphere around them was a bit off. Let's analyze this rationally. However, Hermione did not heed Harry's advice. Not only that, she turned to the crowd surrounding Lavender and said, I mean, Binge didn't just die today, right? It's just that Lavender only got the news today. She had barely finished speaking when Lavender let out a loud wail. This made the students nearby even more annoyed, and their gazes towards Hermione grew increasingly displeased. However, Hermione ignored this and continued, also, Lavender wasn't always worried about this, because she was very shocked when she heard the news. Ignore Hermione. Lavender, Ron, who hadn't intended to speak, stepped forward and shouted, "She doesn't care about other people's pets at all." Lavender immediately looked at Ron gratefully. Clearly, compared to Hermione's calm and rational analysis, Ron's emotional comfort suited her better. Ron's image instantly grew taller in her heart. Meeting Lavender's grateful gaze, Ron also straightened his back. Hermione suddenly turned to Ron, who met her gaze without flinching. For Ron, Lavender's ordeal reminded him of Crookshanks and Scabbers, stirring a subtle sense of shared indignation. Sherlock, watching the scene unfold, remained unmoved. The matter was actually quite simple. Lavender was only willing to listen to what she believed. She firmly believed it was Professor Trelawney's prophecy. Therefore, even if Hermione's analysis was correct and objective, she wouldn't listen. Or rather, she was there seeking validation, not to hear reason. Ron's statement indirectly confirmed her thoughts. Hermione was just talking without understanding the situation, completely disregarding other people's pets. Seeing Hermione and Ron glaring at each other, Harry couldn't help but feel anxious. He had spent considerable time trying to mend their relationship. Mainly because Sherlock didn't seem to care about the matter, Harry had to shoulder the responsibility. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall appeared in time, allowing Harry to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. However, for the entire lesson, Hermione and Ron sat separately next to Sherlock and Harry, without uttering a single word. This gave Harry even more of a headache. At least they used to talk occasionally. But when the bell rang, Harry's attention was drawn to something else. As the students prepared to leave, Professor McGonagall stopped them. "Please wait a moment. You're all in my house, and I have something to tell you. Please hand in your Hogsmeade permit forms before Halloween. According to school rules, you can't go without them, so don't forget." Professor McGonagall had barely finished saying "don't forget" when Neville raised his hand weakly and said, "Professor, oh, I'm sorry, I think I lost my form. I forgot where I put it." The whole class couldn't help but let out a suppressed chuckle. Well, that was a consistent performance, not surprising at all. "Your grandmother sent your watch directly to me, Mr. Longbottom." Even the usually serious Professor McGonagall couldn't help but chuckle. She seemed to think it was safer that way, and it seems she was right. "Well then, that's all. You can go now." After the class had all left, Harry glanced at Sherlock first, then nervously walked towards Professor McGonagall's podium. "What is it, Potter?" "This is my Hogsmeade application form, Professor." Harry took a deep breath and handed the application form to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall's serious gaze pierced through her square spectacles as she looked at Harry, saying nothing. Harry felt a little uneasy under her gaze. He didn't know why, but compared to Professor Snape, he seemed more afraid of Professor McGonagall, even though she was the head of his house. "My aunt signed it," he added, mustering his courage. Professor McGonagall took the Hogsmeade permit. "They're muggles, they probably don't understand what Hogsmeade represents, right, but they signed it," Harry insisted. "Professor, you just said that as long as a guardian signs it, you can go." "That's the rule. I didn't say you couldn't go, Potter, so I can go to Hogsmeade." "Of course, you said it yourself, it's the rule." Professor McGonagall stood up, neatly arranging her lecture notes in a drawer, almost obsessively. She turned to Harry, her expression slightly strange. "I hope you and your friends have a wonderful weekend." As she said this, her gaze swept past Harry, landing on Sherlock, Hermione, and Ron behind him, lingering particularly on Sherlock for a moment. Hermione found it unbelievable that Professor McGonagall hadn't stopped Harry. "Come on," she thought, "don't put on that it's all for your own good look." Ron finally spoke to Hermione, but his words were anything but polite. "Even Professor McGonagall agrees. I don't know what you're up to, Sherlock. Will Harry be in danger?" Hermione ignored Ron and turned to Sherlock for answers. "My dear Hermione, there's an idiom in Cho Chang's hometown, to throw the baby out with the bathwater." Although it was the first time she'd heard the idiom, its meaning was easy to understand. Even Ron clapped his hands excitedly. "That's so true. You can't just stop eating because you're afraid of choking." "Ha ha ha." Hermione frowned and remained silent. Meanwhile, the others were already discussing what to do first and what to do next at Hogsmeade, thoroughly enjoying themselves. This incident further strained the relationship between Hermione and Ron. Even the Gryffindor quartet temporarily split into two groups, Sherlock and Hermione, Harry and Ron. The Lion King brought Miss Know-It-All, and the savior brought Mr. Chess. This was to minimize arguments between Hermione and Ron. This situation continued until Halloween Eve. On this morning, students in their third year and above would travel to Hogsmeade and return to attend the Halloween Eve party. At the Hogwarts entrance hall, the young wizards lined up early. The warden, Argus Filch, held a long list, vigilantly checking each face for information. He demonstrated through his actions what it meant to be dutiful, resolutely preventing anyone who shouldn't be leaving from going out. Chapter 310. She's got the guts to sleep next to Sherlock. He's quite dedicated, Ron remarked irritably, watching the trembling student line slowly inching forward under the pressure of the warden, Argus Filch. Hermione glanced at him, opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent. She knew that if she spoke, the two of them would start arguing. So she simply kept quiet. She had already decided that once they arrived at Hogsmeade, she would part ways with Harry and Ron. She had a lot to say to Sherlock alone. Harry sighed at the sight. He wondered when his two best friends would ever reconcile. Harry firmly believed that everything would be alright if Sherlock intervened. But Sherlock seemed completely unconcerned about Hermione and Ron's Cold War, leaving him powerless to do anything about it. When it was Sherlock's turn, Filch rarely showed a smile. Mrs. Norris has been in very good spirits lately, Mr. Holmes. Your methods are truly effective, keep it up. Thanks to Sherlock, the students behind him moved faster. They walked in silence. Upon reaching the entrance to Hogsmeade Village, the four immediately split into two groups. Watching Hermione pull Sherlock away, Ron scoffed. I think she's treating Sherlock like her own, but Sherlock still has to sleep in the same room as us tonight. She'd better sleep next to Sherlock if she dares. Ron, what are you talking about? Never mind that, old let's go to the Devsban's shop. What are we going there for? Didn't I tell you to bring the spyglass today? They can fix these things there. If they can't be fixed, I'll buy you a replacement. No need to spend so much. Stop talking nonsense. That's my birthday present for you. Don't pull me. I'll go. Okay. Meanwhile, Hermione was in trouble. She pulled Sherlock along for quite a while, and when she noticed several young wizards staring at Sherlock and her, she realized something was wrong and quickly let go of Sherlock's hand. Cough. Sherlock, is there anywhere you'd like to go? Nothing in particular. This was Sherlock's third visit to Hogsmeade. Compared to the previous two times, there were noticeably more people in the village this time. Then, how about we go to the Scholar's Quill shop first? I want to get some new quills. Hermione knew her own situation best. Although Sherlock and Harry, like her, had chosen all the courses, they hadn't attended all of them. Under these circumstances, her stationery was naturally going through quite quickly. Why not go to Zonko's joke shop? Just then, the Petty twins, hand in hand, passed by them. They overheard Hermione's words, and Parvati Petal, Hermione's dorm mate, couldn't resist offering advice. Padma's also planning to buy a quill pen. We're thinking of going there. I heard their quill pens have other special functions besides writing. Thank you, Parvati, but I just need a quill pen that can do my homework properly. You two go ahead. Oh, I see, you're planning a romantic getaway. What are you talking about? Hermione's face flushed instantly at her roommate's teasing. Her tanned skin recovered faster than expected, returning to its original color in just 2 months. She had already resolved not to blush so easily, but she hadn't expected her roommate to say something so blunt. One slip-up, no dodge, and she'd been caught off guard. Seeing Hermione's embarrassment, the Petal twins simultaneously let out a string of clear, bell-like laughs. And after saying goodbye to Sherlock and Hermione, they left satisfied. Sherlock, they were just joking, Hermione stammered. I really just wanted to buy some quills to do my homework properly. I didn't mean to spend some time alone with you. Hermione seemed to have used all her strength to say this. After saying this, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Sherlock, wanting to see his reaction. Then Sherlock simply said oh, as if nothing had happened. Sherlock's calm reaction brought Hermione back to her senses. She realized she hadn't really needed to explain it all. But since it was already done, she could only pretend nothing had happened and drag Sherlock to the Winranju Quill Pen specialty store to shop. We need to ask where it is first. I only know it's in the northwest of the village. Go straight down this street, turn left at the second intersection, and you'll find it. How do you know? Didn't you say you only went to the Three Broomsticks when you came here? When you arrive in a new place, You need to quickly familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Even though I only went to the Three Broomsticks twice, that's enough for me to know the layout of the main buildings. How can you say that? It's common sense, my friend. After buying the quill, Hermione didn't have anything else to do. Sherlock didn't have any particular place he wanted to go, so the two of them wandered around the village. Davy's Bends is a shop that sells and repairs magical equipment. When Sherlock and Hermione arrived, they found the same miniature spyglass that Ron gave Harry as a birthday present, still made in Egypt, and not expensive. Elegant Wizarding Clothing is a large chain clothing store that sells all kinds of wizarding clothing and socks. However, Sherlock and Hermione had already bought well-fitting clothes from Madame Malkin's Robes in Diagon Alley before school started today, so they didn't need anything else. After chatting with the shopkeeper for a bit, Hermione was surprised to discover that the shop actually had branches in London and Paris. At the shopkeeper's urging, she bought herself and Sherlock a new pair of socks each. Honeydukes, selling chocolates and all sorts of magical sweets, was very popular with Hogwarts students and staff. The trolleys on the Hogwarts Express were supplied by this shop. This was the busiest shop Sherlock and Hermione had visited that day, mainly because they had launched a new type of milk candy and were offering free samples. After tasting it, Sherlock and Hermione each bought some. Hermione had originally planned to check out the Shrieking Shack. Legend had it that it was the most haunted place in all of England, and no one could enter, not even the ghosts of Hogwarts. However, the shack was located on the outskirts of Hogsmeade, and unless they got there very early, they wouldn't have enough time, so they abandoned that plan. By the afternoon, Hermione was torn between Lady Paddiff's tea house and the Three Broomsticks. However, upon seeing the steamy, cramped atmosphere of Lady Paddiff's tea house, Hermione decisively abandoned the idea. It reminded her of the terrible environment of divination class. The two ultimately went to the Three Broomsticks. The spacious, bright, clean, and warm bar left a much better impression on Hermione than Lady Paddiff's tea house. Lady Rosmerta was also much prettier than Lady Paddiff. Beautiful things are always pleasing to the eye. It's not just men who like beautiful women, women do too. Scientific research shows that even doing nothing, just looking at them, can make one feel happy and prolong life. 2 years later, Lady Rosmerta could still recognize Sherlock. Mr. Holmes, have you finally reached the age where you can come to Hogsmeade alone? After saying this, she glanced at Hermione, covered her mouth, and chuckled. Oh, not alone, but with your little girlfriend. And no, not a girlfriend, Hermione had barely explained when Madame Rosmerta interrupted her with a smile. I understand, no need to say more. How about 2 butterbeers, ladies? Seeing that neither of them objected, Madame Rosmerta immediately brought them 2 steaming cups of butterbeer. Hey, beautiful lady, who are those young wizards over there that you have to personally serve them? The wizards near the bar couldn't help but feel curious after seeing this. After all, if they wanted butterbeer, they had to go to the bar themselves to ask for it. They, Madame Rosmerta smiled slightly, are people valued by several professors at Hogwarts. This was precisely why she remembered Sherlock. As a Hogwarts student, to break with convention and come here twice in a row while still a first-year student, both times accompanied by professors, Sherlock was someone she would remember. Hearing Madame Rosmerta's words, everyone immediately showed respect. Their gazes towards Sherlock deepened. It must be said, the Three Broomsticks butterbeer lived up to its reputation. Hermione liked it after just one sip and quickened her pace. In contrast, Sherlock sipped slowly, savoring it. Well, it was quite different from his favorite brandy. Although not very strong, after 2.5 glasses, Hermione's eyes became hazy as she looked at Sherlock, and her once fair face flushed red from the rising alcohol. However, just as Hermione was about to pick up her glass again, Sherlock stopped her. Stop drinking. Your expression tells me you have something to tell me. Just say it. I'm sorry, Sherlock. Under the influence of alcohol, Hermione's courage had grown considerably. She stared intently at Sherlock. There's something I've been wanting to tell you, but I can't say it. As she said this, her eyes held a hint of grievance. Sherlock shook his head slightly. My dear Hermione, if you're referring to the matter of attending classes in different classrooms at the same time, then there's really no need to mention it again. You knew after all. Hearing Sherlock's words, Hermione was first startled, then a look of relief appeared on her face. I knew it. This couldn't be kept from you, my dear Hermione. Please don't insult my intelligence. Sherlock sighed, picked up his butterbeer, and looked at Hermione with a rather helpless expression. When you were with me in Ancient Runes, Harry told me that you were in Professor Hagrid's magical creatures class with him and Ron at the same time. Hannah also told me that when you were with me in divination class, you were not only in divination with Harry and Ron at the same time, but also in Ancient Runes with other students at the same time. In the 2 months since the start of the semester, you haven't missed a single one of the 5 elective classes, and you've been in 3 different classrooms at the same time more than once. I've said it more than once, when you eliminate all the impossible possibilities, what's left, no matter how absurd, must be the truth. So, there's only one truth. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Surely nothing bad will happen every Halloween? My dear Hermione, Professor McGonagall kept you behind before the opening ceremony and gave you a gadget that allows you to attend classes in 3 different classrooms simultaneously. Clearly, in her opinion, Mr. Holmes and Mr. Potter are not suitable to use it, Sherlock chuckled self-deprecatingly. However, I don't think it's a good idea. In any situation, once time is involved, it becomes very troublesome. Seeing Hermione seem about to explain, Sherlock stopped her, then rested his chin on his hands and leaned back slightly. In fact, this matter can't be kept secret with a little inquiry. But Professor McGonagall made you swear not to tell anyone, to which I can only say, she's incredibly naive. Seeing Sherlock shaking his head, Hermione's expression was complex, a mixture of guilt for concealing the matter and helplessness. I'm sorry, Sherlock, I didn't want to hide it from you. But Professor McGonagall made me swear not to tell anyone, Sherlock laughed. It's all right, I deduced it myself, so you haven't broken your oath. Hearing Sherlock say this, Hermione, emboldened by the alcohol, spoke frankly. This is the time, Turner? Hermione fumbled in the collar of her robes and quickly pulled out a long, thin gold chain. She didn't remove the chain, but instead leaned close to Sherlock, showing him the glittering hourglass attached to it. Professor McGonagall wrote many letters to the Ministry of Magic to get one for me. She had to prove to them that I was a model student and would never use it for anything other than my studies. Just like you said, I rely on it to attend all my classes. By turning this hourglass back, I can relive a period of time. Sherlock reached out and touched the time turner, still warm from Hermione's touch, and laughed again. It's pretty much what I suspected, but you should have shown it to me, but I'm going crazy if this keeps up. Dear Sherlock, Hermione said, looking at Sherlock. You probably don't know, but you, what, and nothing. Hermione blushed and tucked the time turner back into her collar, then abruptly picked up her glass and downed the rest of her butterbeer. Anyway, thank you for listening. Would you like another drink? Of course. Sherlock tapped his glass with his finger, and Hermione realized he had already finished his beer. I'll go get 2 more. Hermione's heart raced, her face burning. She was almost, just a hair's breadth away, from saying what was on her mind. To me, you're the hero who comes to my rescue whenever I cry out, but then she thought, even if she said it, it wouldn't be a big deal, right? Returning with a nervous heart, Hermione unexpectedly saw 2 familiar faces. Harry and Cho Chang. You're really here? Harry exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Hermione. Ron said you might be drinking here, but I didn't believe him. Hermione, your face is so red. How much have you had? Cho Chang exclaimed, surprised by Hermione's flushed cheeks. Not much, this is only my 4th drink. Hermione held up her glass, tilting her head to look at Cho Chang. Your face is red too, it's from the wind, Cho Chang said, taking off the matching scarf that Harry was wearing and breathing on her palms to warm them. She had knitted one for herself when she gave Harry his birthday present. I ran into Cho. Well, actually, we had already arranged to come here for a drink before school started. Noticing Sherlock's ambiguous smile, Harry told the truth. Ron said Sherlock and you might be here too, so he didn't come over. He said we should just leave later and not wait for him. At Hermione's strong recommendation, Harry and Cho Chang each ordered a steaming cup of butterbeer. Compared to the brandy Sherlock always carried, butterbeer wasn't as strong, which Harry quickly grew to like. The 4 of them chatted happily. We went to Davy's Band's, but the owner said the spyglass was fine, Harry said, taking out the miniature spyglass Ron had given him. It was now quiet and serene. But the owner couldn't guarantee it would work. Harry sighed. Judging from his tone, it sounded like something a tourist trap would use to fool out-of-towners. It was Ron's thoughtfulness after all, Cho Chang said with a smile. A gift from afar carries great meaning. Having a few friends like that is something many people envy. In Hermione's eyes, Cho Chang was a much better friend than Ron. Beautiful, kind, intelligent, and humble, she was almost flawless. If one had to point out a weakness, perhaps it was a slight one? Because from their conversation, they learned she still felt guilty towards her former friend Marietta for the theft of her eyeshadow 2 years prior. Cho, you're so kind, Hermione couldn't help but defend her. That kind of person doesn't deserve to be your friend, but Marietta is also pitiful. Her parents weren't around for years. It's understandable that she became like that. There's always a reason why someone is pitiful, Sherlock said mercilessly. Harry's parents weren't around for years either. Why didn't he become like that? Greek letter sigma, degree Cyrillic letter de degree. Harry, Hermione, and Cho Chang all stared at Sherlock in shock. Seriously, when you criticize someone, do you have to attack your own allies? Especially Cho Chang, who covered her mouth in surprise. Her initial contact with Harry began when Sherlock helped her solve the eyeshadow theft case. While thanking Sherlock with Penelope, she also met Harry Potter, Sherlock's friend. Later, when Sherlock and Harry stopped Voldemort from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone at the end of the term, she learned of their shared interests during a visit to Harry, and they gradually became acquainted. Cho Chang, having been immersed in traditional Chinese culture since childhood, was unaware of one thing, a hidden tenderness towards Harry. Although Harry was the savior of the wizarding world, he was also a pitiful boy who had lost both parents at a young age. Through deeper conversations with Harry, she understood his feelings. He would rather forego his illustrious status than have his parents alive. In other words, Harry's plight awakened her maternal instincts. In their daily conversations, she tried her best to avoid this topic to avoid rubbing salt into Harry's wounds. But now it seemed that Harry's best friend, Sherlock, was completely unconcerned about this. Harry, on the other hand, after his initial surprise, quickly agreed with Sherlock's perspective. So, is escaping reality really a good thing? This made Cho Chang begin to reflect. Regardless, the four chatted amiably. By the time they left Hogsmeade and returned, it was already dark. The cold wind had turned the cheeks of all the young wizards who had come to Hogsmeade rosy, but even so, it couldn't hide their joy. Next came the spectacular Halloween feast. Just like the previous 2 years, the Great Hall was already decorated. Hundreds and thousands of pumpkins with nodding candles. A large number of live bats flying around, and many orange banners with burning flames all contributed to the festive atmosphere. The food was also delicious, and Ron, needless to say, always showed off during these holidays. Even Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione had a portion of everything. At the faculty table, Professor Lupin and Professor Flitwick were chatting animatedly. Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout were toasting each other. Dumbledore was whispering something to Professor Snape. Sherlock, I have a feeling that Snape keeps looking at Professor Lupin, Harry couldn't help but say to Sherlock. Hermione, overhearing their conversation, frowned and glanced at them. I think he's probably jealous of Professor Lupin. We all know he's always wanted a defense against the dark arts position, and Professor Lupin is so popular now. Harry, Hermione, you've found a blind spot. Sherlock looked away. Professor Snape has indeed been paying attention to Professor Lupin, but dear Hermione, I don't think it's jealousy, or rather, more than just jealousy. What is it then? Concern. Are you crazy? Ron, who had been enthusiastically showing off his pumpkin pie, looked up from his plate in surprise. Snape cares about Lupin, dear Ron, although it sounds a bit absurd. From what I've observed, it certainly does. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. Compared to Ron, they were both willing to unconditionally believe Sherlock. Even if the matter seemed absurd, as Sherlock described. But why? Hermione looked towards the faculty table, trying to discern a hint of concern in Snape's expression, but she couldn't. Yet, even if you made me think about it for 3 days and 3 nights, I still wouldn't understand why Snape would care about Professor Lupin, Harry said, equally puzzled. At Hogwarts, everyone has secrets, Sherlock said quietly. More than one professor has told me that, so as long as it doesn't affect us, I have no intention of exploring these questions. Hearing Sherlock say this, the three friends fell silent. The Halloween party ended with a performance by the ghosts of Hogwarts. They sprang out from the walls, forming various formations and gliding along. Nick, a resident ghost of Gryffindor who had almost lost his head, even reenacted his beheading experience, a performance that was very well received. Harry and Hermione were especially happy because at the same time last year, they had experienced a very unpleasant ghostly death anniversary. I get it. It's because the ghosts were all in the basement last year that they didn't perform. Ron, please don't bring that up again. It brings back unpleasant memories. That's all in the past. We went to Hogsmeade today and had such a fun party. Should we be even happier, buddy? That's true, but last year was still unpleasant, and the year before too. I just hope nothing like that happens this year. On Halloween 1991, Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, released a troll. It ended up trapping Hermione in the girls' restroom, but Sherlock rescued her in time. On Halloween 1992, Lockhart, controlled by Voldemort from 50 years prior, opened the Chamber of Secrets and released the basilisk, petrifying Mrs. Norris. Harry, Hermione, and Neville happened to be leaving the ghostly Death Day party halfway through and were mistaken for the culprits. Halloween 1993. Old Harry, what are you thinking about? Looking at Harry's worried face, Ron couldn't help but laugh. It's just a coincidence. Surely nothing bad will happen every Halloween, right? If that's the case, then let me not find. Before he could finish, Harry grabbed his hand. The latter looked at him in horror. Please stop. Chapter 312. Why is it purple? Ron's habit of betting on his girlfriend, who was barely even a prospect, was unbreakable. If it were just that, it wouldn't be a problem. He was happy to do it, and nobody else cared. The problem was, every time he said something like that, it came true, no matter what. Sherlock didn't care, and Hermione, still in a cold war with Ron, didn't bother with it either. However, Harry was never a simple materialist. So, hearing Ron about to spout nonsense again, he quickly stopped him. Hermione, somewhat exasperated, turned her gaze from the two of them to Sherlock beside her, seemingly casually asking, "Speaking of which, Gemma didn't come looking for us this Halloween." Ouch! She was so engrossed in talking to Sherlock that she bumped into the student in front of her. "Sorry, Parvati, it's okay." The group was following the usual route to the tower with the other Gryffindor students, so a sudden stop inevitably led to a collision. "Why did you suddenly stop?" Hermione, forgetting Gemma, asked, puzzled. "I don't know." Parvati Petty shook her head, confused. Everyone in front has stopped. Sherlock had grown quite a bit during the holidays, and his gaze swept over the heads of the students in front of him, finding the corridor leading to the Fat Lady's corridor packed with Gryffindor students. He frowned, realizing something was amiss. "What's going on? Why isn't anyone going through?" It was Percy Weasley who spoke. As usual, he asked in a serious tone as he pushed his way forward, "I'm the student council president, please let me through." "Excuse me, I'm the student council president, let me go first." Ginny also took the opportunity to squeeze through and stand next to Harry. She glanced at Percy helplessly, then looked away and said to the others, "Don't mind him, he's always like this." "What are you doing?" "Nothing." Harry, somewhat embarrassed, released his hand from Ron's mouth and also stood on tiptoe to look ahead. He noticed the opening to the Fat Lady's portrait seemed to be closed. Finally able to speak, Ron instinctively asked, "Did they forget the password? Come on, there are so many people here, surely they all remember the password." Ginny was exasperated. Her brother spent all his time with Sherlock and Hermione, how come he hadn't become any smarter? Just then, Percy, who had reached the front, suddenly shrieked, "Someone go and call Professor Dumbledore, quick!" Percy's shout silenced the crowd instantly. Sherlock looked at Ron. What's wrong?" Noticing Sherlock's gaze, Ron panicked. "Your prediction came true again, my dear Ron." Harry, Hermione, and Ginny all looked at him. What? Ron, remembering what he had just said to Harry, turned deathly pale. I was just joking." Just then, Headmaster Dumbledore appeared. The Gryffindor students quickly pushed their way through. "Let's go." Sherlock immediately seized the opportunity to call his friends and follow. "Oh, no," Hermione and Ginny cried out simultaneously when they saw what was happening, grabbing the arms of the people next to them. The Fat Lady, the guardian of the Gryffindor Tower, had vanished from her portrait. This time, even without Sherlock's analysis, everyone could see that the portrait had been brutally hacked. Fragments of the image were scattered on the floor, and a large section had been torn off. Under these circumstances, the Gryffindor students naturally couldn't enter the common room. with Hermione holding his arm. Sherlock quickly glanced at the damaged portrait, then began to scrutinize everyone present. He quickly ruled out the possibility that the culprit was a student. Harry, held tightly by Ginny, felt a chill run down his spine. Although he couldn't explain why, he instinctively felt that this matter must be related to him. At the same time, the other professors also rushed over. "We need to find her," Dumbledore said gravely. "Professor McGonagall, please go to Mr. Filch immediately and have him search every painting in the castle to find the fat lady. Then I'm afraid I'll have to wish you good luck." Before Professor McGonagall could reply, a voice chuckled. Everyone present looked in surprise toward the source of the sound, wondering who dared to be so sarcastic at a time like this. Unsurprisingly, they saw Peeves, the prankster. Despite the distressing scene before him, Peeves seemed completely unaffected, still beaming with joy. Professor McGonagall frowned, about to speak, when Dumbledore's voice rang out first. "What do you know, Peeves?" For most students, they feared Professor McGonagall more than Dumbledore. But Peeves, being a ghost, was different. Even with Dumbledore's calm voice, Peeves immediately stopped laughing. "She's shy, Headmaster," Peeves said to Dumbledore in a fawning tone. "She's in a terrible state, and doesn't want anyone to see her. Coincidentally, I saw her bump into that landscape painting upstairs and hide in the bushes. Oh, she was crying so hard. Oh, what a poor thing." Everyone present could hear the insincerity in its last sentence. It was essentially gloating. Dumbledore didn't comment on its behavior, but simply said softly, "Did she say who did it?" "Yes, Professor." Peeves changed its form of address again, somersaulting in the air as if it were holding something in its arms, "because she wouldn't let that guy in, so he's very angry. I mean, he has a very bad temper. It's Sirius Black." When Peeves revealed that the culprit was Sirius Black, the area in front of Gryffindor Tower fell silent for a moment. They could hear a pin drop. Ginny, holding Harry's arm, felt Harry trembling slightly. Dumbledore's gaze grew increasingly serious. He immediately made arrangements, ordering all the Gryffindor students to return to the Great Hall. About 10 minutes later, the Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin students also returned. By then, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick had already closed the Great Hall doors. Apart from the Gryffindor students, the young wizards from the other three houses looked bewildered. "I'm going to conduct a thorough search of the castle with the teachers," Dumbledore said decisively, meeting the gazes of the young wizards. "For your own safety, you will have to spend the night here. I expect the prefects to guard the entrance to the Great Hall, and the student council presidents and chairpersons will be responsible for managing things during this time. If anything happens," Dumbledore then turned to Percy and Gemma standing beside him, "please send a ghost to report to me immediately." Hearing Dumbledore's words, Percy puffed out his chest, revealing a smug look. Compared to Percy, Gemma, the student council president, remained calm and nodded slightly. "Oh, and you'll need this." Just as Dumbledore was about to leave the Great Hall, he flicked his wand, and long tables flew to the side of the Great Hall, automatically standing against the wall. This levitation charm left the entire school speechless. He then flicked his wand again, and hundreds of soft, purple sleeping bags appeared on the ground. This move once again astonished the young wizards. No wonder he was Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of his time. However, the choice of color was somewhat puzzling. Why purple? "Sleep well." With that, Dumbledore led the group out and closed the Great Hall doors. As soon as he left, a cacophony of chatter erupted in the Great Hall. "Does anyone know what happened?" asked the little lions. It seems something happened to them. The Gryffindor students didn't keep anything to themselves, telling the other houses about Sirius Black's appearance at Hogwarts Castle. "What? Black actually got into Hogwarts? Are those people in the Ministry of Magic incompetent? How did he manage to dodge the Dementors? What did the fat lady do wrong?" "She's just a painting," Percy shouted at this moment. "Everyone get into your sleeping bags, quick. No more talking. Lights out in 10 minutes, Gemma frowned at him, but ultimately said nothing. "Sherlock, where are we going?" Harry pointed to the corner. Sherlock glanced over and nodded. "Okay," so the four of them grabbed their sleeping bags and dragged them to the corner. Hermione placed the sleeping bag next to Sherlock, then looked at Harry worriedly and asked, "Sherlock, do you think Black is still in the castle? We have too few clues to make any conclusions." Sherlock shook his head. Ron whispered, "But Dumbledore seems to think he's still there. Luckily he chose tonight." "We're not in the tower," Hermione said, glancing at Harry with lingering fear. She had previously advised Harry against going to Hogsmeade, but now it seemed the consequences of his advice would be dire. The other students didn't know, but they were certain Black was after Harry. "I think he's lost track of time because he's been on the run," Harry said slowly, lost in thought. "He might have forgotten it's Halloween Eve, Sherlock. Given his ability to escape Azkaban and his methods of evading capture, he shouldn't make such a mistake. Of course, we can't rule out that possibility. Hey, so you guys are here." Just then, Ginny joined them, carrying her sleeping bag. She had heard that Harry had spent the entire afternoon at Hogsmeade with Cho Chang at the Three Broomsticks pub. Opportunity always favors the prepared. She couldn't be as shy as before. Her brother was Harry's good friend. If she didn't take advantage of such a huge advantage, her house would be stolen sooner or later. "What are you doing here?" Ron frowned and said. "The second-year students are all over there." "I'm your sister, Ron. Why are you always trying to get rid of me?" Ginny retorted angrily. Chapter 313. She really slept next to Sherlock. Ginny was furious and glared at Ron. Back in Hogsmeade, her brother had been with Harry, but as soon as Cho Chang arrived, he ran off to find Fred and George. She'd only learned about Harry spending the afternoon with Cho Chang at the Three Broomsticks pub from other people. Now that she'd finally mustered the courage to come over, he was telling her to leave? That sixth brother was unbelievable. Not only did he not help his sister, but he was constantly holding her back. Seeing Ginny's angry expression, Ron realized what was happening and immediately fell silent. Ginny assessed the situation. The four sleeping bags, from left to right, were Hermione's, Sherlock's, Harry's, and Ron's. She really wanted to kick Ron aside and take his place. But that would be too obvious and might scare Harry. So, she had to settle for second best and move her sleeping bag next to Ron. At least that would be closer to Harry. Ron hadn't paid much attention at first, but seeing Hermione next to Sherlock, it suddenly dawned on him. He remembered what he'd said to Harry that morning in Hogsmeade. Why doesn't she sleep next to Sherlock? And now, she really was sleeping next to Sherlock. Recalling his earlier comment, "It can't be that something bad happens every Halloween," Ron fell into deep thought. Could he really have some kind of prophetic talent? Perhaps he should get a chance to ask Professor Trelawney for some advice. Meanwhile, the students around her were also discussing animatedly, how did Black get in? There are Dementors guarding the school entrance. Maybe he knows how to appear it, so he can just appear out of thin air. Maybe he disguised himself in some special way. I think he might have flown in. I think he'll turn into a flowering bush. What? You might as well say he turned into an animal and ran in. Listening to these discussions, Hermione propped her head up on her elbow and said somewhat angrily, "What are you all saying? Am I the only one who has taken the time to read Hogwarts, a history?" Ginny also propped herself up on her elbow and looked over Ron in her direction. Maybe that's true, but so what? The castle isn't just protected by walls, there are all sorts of magic to prevent people from sneaking in. Apparition is a forbidden spell. Disguise can't fool the Dementors guarding the entrance. Mr. Dumbledore said long ago that no matter how skillful the stealth technique or the invisibility cloak, it won't work. As for the animagus, we all learned it in Professor McGonagall's class. The Ministry of Magic keeps records of wizards who can turn into animals. There is a register showing what animals they can turn into, as well as markings and so on. I checked Professor McGonagall on the register. There are only 7 animagus in this century, and Sirius Black's name is not on it at all. Did Professor McGonagall talk about this? After hearing what Hermione said, Harry looked at Sherlock and Ron with some confusion. Why don't I remember? Ron also shook his head. I don't know. I haven't said that before, Sherlock said with certainty. Hermione found this when she was looking up information while doing homework. It is a knowledge point outside the classroom. Harry and Ron couldn't help but praise Hermione's solid learning attitude. Hermione looked at Sherlock proudly. Sherlock, you think I'm right, don't you? That's true in theory, but dear Hermione, I think you may have forgotten one thing. What happened? Black escaped from Azkaban. As soon as Sherlock said this, the friends suddenly fell silent. Yes, even with its tight security, Hogwarts is still just a school. Azkaban, on the other hand, is a prison. Escaping from prison can't be harder than getting into school, right? Azkaban has the most Dementors. If Black could escape from there, it wouldn't be surprising if he could infiltrate the school. Thinking this, Hermione involuntarily shuddered and moved closer to Sherlock. Ginny watched this scene with some envy, wondering if she should learn from Hermione. Sherlock, however, seemed oblivious to the implications of Hermione's action. He turned to Harry and said, "It's time to take some action, lights out." Just then, Percy shouted again, "I require everyone to get into their sleeping bags and not to speak." With his voice, all the candles went out immediately. Only the silver ghosts shone faintly in the great hall, drifting around as they solemnly conversed with the student council president and prefects. However, whispers still lingered in the great hall. Sherlock wasn't surprised. Expecting everyone to fall asleep immediately after what had happened was unrealistic. Every hour, a teacher appeared in the great hall to check if everyone was all right. By 3 in the morning, most of the students were finally asleep. Sherlock listened to the breathing of his friends beside him and knew none of them were asleep. At this moment, Dumbledore also entered the great hall and spoke quietly to Gemma. "Is everything all right here, Miss Farley?" "Everything's fine, Professor." "Still no leads on him?" "No." "Where's Mr. Weasley?" "Sir, I'm here." Percy was patrolling among the rows of sleeping bags, scolding the students who were still talking. Hearing Dumbledore's summons, he immediately appeared beside Dumbledore and Gemma with lightning speed. From Sherlock's perspective, he could only see Dumbledore's back and Gemma and Percy's faces. But that was enough for him. Gemma's brows furrowed with a hint of worry, while Percy stood tall and excited. "It's too late, there's no need to disturb them any further," Dumbledore said to the 2 student council presidents. "The fat lady has been found. She's hiding in the map of Argyllshire. From what we can see, she didn't hear the password, so she wouldn't let Black in. Black got angry and simply attacked her. She's still in a bad mood. I'll have Mr. Filch fix her up once she's calmed down." "If that's the case, what about the Gryffindor students? Will they have to sleep here tomorrow night?" Gemma asked, glancing in Sherlock's direction. "That's what I was about to say. I found a temporary guard for the Gryffindor portrait hole. Tomorrow morning, you, Mr. Weasley, and the 2 Gryffindor prefects can organize them to move back." As Dumbledore finished speaking, the great hall doors opened again, and Professor Snape strode in. "Headmaster, the entire 4th floor has been searched." Filch checked the underground classrooms, but there was no one there. "What about the astronomy tower? Professor Trelawney's room? The owl shack?" "Search them all." "Nothing." "Very good, Severus. I don't think Black will stay here any longer." "Then, have you considered how he got in?" "Headmaster, I have many ideas, Severus." Dumbledore glanced at Snape, "but unfortunately, none of them hold water." "Then, do you remember our conversation before the start of school?" "Just before the start of school." Sherlock keenly caught Snape's micro-expressions. His lips barely moved as he spoke, and coupled with his ambiguous language, it was clear he didn't want Gemma and Percy involved in their conversation. "Of course I remember, Severus. I don't think Black could have gotten into the school without anyone's help," Snape said slowly, his eyes cold. "I've expressed my concerns about this before, especially when you assigned. I don't believe anyone in this castle could have helped Black get in, Severus." "I still do." When Dumbledore said this, Snape realized the topic should end there. Seeing Snape stop talking, Dumbledore changed the subject. "I'm going down to find the Dementors now, and we'll inform them after we've searched." "Aren't they here to help, sir?" Gemma raised an eyebrow at Percy's question. Although the student council president was indeed very good at his studies, he seemed a little dim-witted now. "Oh, yes," Dumbledore said coldly, "but as long as I am the headmaster, I'm afraid no Dementor will be able to cross the threshold of this castle." At this point, Percy realized something, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. Dumbledore ignored him, nodded to Snape and Gemma, and left the great hall. Professor Snape stood there for a while, watching Dumbledore's retreating figure, silent for a long time. Percy wanted to say a few words to him, but was completely ignored. This made him even more embarrassed. Snape whispered a few words to Gemma, and after she nodded in agreement, he also left the great hall. After Snape left, Gemma turned to Sherlock, moved her lips, and silently said goodnight to him. Having been watching Sherlock closely, she had already noticed that he wasn't asleep. Sherlock nodded slightly to her, then looked away. Harry and Hermione beside him were both awake, their eyes reflected in the starlit ceiling. "Go to sleep, we can talk about it tomorrow." Hearing Sherlock's words, the 2 friends nodded and closed their eyes. In the following days, the entire school revolved around Sirius Black. For reasons unknown, Hannah Abbott, the first to wear the sorting hat, told everyone she met that Black would become a flowering bush. Many believed her, including Neville Longbottom. The portrait of the fat lady, torn by Black, was simply taken down from the wall. As Headmaster Dumbledore had said, a sir named Cadogan and his fat grey horse replaced her. This exchange greatly displeased the young lions. The newly appointed Sir Cadogan was irresponsible. He spent half his time provoking others to duels and the other half coming up with increasingly complex, almost absurd, commands, such as filthy mongrel dog, salamander eyes in the mud, traitorous Merlin's mustache, and bat guano on silver armor, and that wasn't all. Sometimes he would change his commands twice a day. For a young lion like Neville Longbottom, who couldn't even remember a simple command like good luck, it was practically a death sentence. He had to write down the passwords on a small piece of paper for a week to help him memorize them. This guy's a lunatic. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and approached Percy to complain. Can't we just get a more normal portrait? Percy shrugged, looking helpless, because none of the other portraits will take the job. They're all terrified by what happened to the fat lady. Only the brave Sir Cadogan volunteered. At this point, the Gryffindor students were at a loss. But for Harry, Sir Cadogan was nothing. Because he was now facing much bigger trouble. Chapter 314 He threatened my friend. Ever since Sirius Black successfully sneaked into Hogwarts on Halloween Eve, Harry's life had become troublesome. Whenever he left the Gryffindor common room, the teachers would find various excuses to accompany him through the corridors. Harry, going to the library? What a coincidence, I'm going too. Wanna come together? Going to the classroom. Oh dear, I just forgot my things. Going to the Great Hall for dinner? I'm a little hungry, let's go. With professors like Flitwick, Sprout, and Lupin, things were relatively easy. Harry's interactions with them were fairly smooth. Professor McGonagall was more awkward, but not too bad for Harry. However, encountering Professor Snape was a disaster. His words were like poison, every step with him felt like torture, yet he couldn't refuse his escort. In this situation, he tried to stay close to Sherlock as much as possible. He noticed that Professor Snape would become more restrained in Sherlock's presence, even though he didn't know why. Besides the teachers, the student council president, Percy, practically followed him everywhere. Although it wasn't the best way to describe it, Harry really felt like a particularly smug police dog. It's Mrs. Weasley's request. Hearing Harry complain about Percy following him around all day, Sherlock gave his deduction. She really cares about you, that's true, but Sherlock, this feeling is just awful. Harry thought for a long time, but he didn't know how to describe his current feelings. Calm down, my friend, Sherlock patted Harry on the shoulder. The first Quidditch match is coming up soon, and if you're still so impatient, you're unlikely to beat Slytherin. Knowing you, you always take this very seriously. Of course I do. This is Wood's last chance to win the championship trophy, and I don't want to disappoint him again, Harry exclaimed excitedly. You know, Sherlock, just now, Professor McGonagall called me into her office. Let me guess, she was initially relieved that she agreed to let you go to Hogsmeade on Halloween Eve, but then she said she didn't want you to participate in the evening Quidditch practice. That's it. She told me that Black was after me. I also told her about Mr. Weasley, which made her very happy, saying that it was fortunate I went to Hogsmeade and that Black missed his target. But she thinks it's very revealing of me to be with only the team members while practicing on the pitch. That being said, your expression tells me you've convinced her, Sherlock chuckled. Professor McGonagall's love for Quidditch is no less than your quirky captain's. Let me think, she must have found a teacher to supervise, Ms. Hooch. Right, exactly, Harry sighed. I'm not at all surprised you know this, but even so, I hate this feeling. Sherlock, do you have any ideas? Let's go. With a hopeful look from Harry, Sherlock stood up. Go, where? To our beloved Professor Dumbledore. It's time to get to the bottom of this. It will help you understand your current situation, just the two of us. Harry was a little surprised. He knew he was powerless to change anything, so he was just venting his frustration to Sherlock. He hadn't expected his older brother to be so decisive. That's enough. If you want, you can share it with others when you get back. Harry naturally had no objections. However, as soon as Sherlock and he stepped out of the common room, Percy immediately followed. Where are you going? He asked warily. You don't have astronomy class tonight. Harry was speechless for a moment. Percy, how do you know what classes I have? I got your schedule from Ron, Percy said smugly. Caring for your classmates is the duty of the student council president. Harry, tell me, where are you going? President Weasley, we're going to the headmaster's office." Hearing Sherlock address him, Percy subconsciously puffed out his chest, and the student council president's badge seemed to shine even brighter at that moment. But he immediately asked, "The headmaster's office? Sherlock, what are you going there for?" "We don't know either," Sherlock said with a puzzled look. "The headmaster told us to go see him." "What, is President Weasley planning to come along too?" What? Percy's eyes widened when he heard Sherlock say that. He thought for a moment, and finally decided to continue following the two. But the three of them hadn't gone far when Professor Hagrid appeared. "Sherlock, Harry, why aren't you in your common room? What are you doing here so late?" "Professor," Sherlock said, "Mr. Dumbledore wants to see them." "Did you know about that?" Percy answered quickly. "Mr. Dumbledore. I didn't know." Hagrid looked at Sherlock, who looked at him with great sincerity. But I'm going to see Mr. Dumbledore anyway, so you two can come with me," Hagrid said, patting Sherlock and Harry on the shoulder. Sherlock stood firmly in place. Harry, caught off guard, stumbled forward a couple of steps before regaining his balance. Then I'm relieved," Percy said solemnly, as if he had handed Sherlock and Harry over to Hagrid. After Percy left, Harry couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He would have preferred spending time with Hagrid to Percy. He rubbed his shoulder and asked, "Hagrid, what did Mr. Dumbledore want you to do?" "Well, it's about the Black Search. I was at the Whomping Willow." "No, I can't tell you this." Hagrid stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing something, and slapped himself. "Why can't I control my mouth?" Sherlock and Harry exchanged a glance, both speechless. Why couldn't he control his mouth? Didn't he know in his heart why? However, neither of them had any intention of prying into Hagrid's secret, so they didn't press him further and followed him. Led by Hagrid, the two quickly arrived at the dripping stone beast. Hagrid gave the command, and the three of them ascended the spiral staircase. Throughout the entire process, Hagrid never doubted the possibility that Sherlock was lying. This made Harry extremely nervous. Sherlock had always said that he wouldn't lie in most situations, unless necessary. Clearly, this was the situation where it was necessary. But the problem was, what if they were discovered later? Just as Harry was lost in thought, Hagrid knocked on the bronze door knocker. "Sir, it's me, come in, Rubius." Dumbledore's voice rang out, and Hagrid immediately pushed open the door and went in first. Seeing Sherlock follow without hesitation, Harry gritted his teeth and followed him in. Based on past experience, even if he knew Sherlock was lying, if there was a reason, Headmaster Dumbledore shouldn't be angry. After all, he had a good personality, unlike the serious Professor McGonagall. Just as he was thinking this, Harry saw Professor McGonagall sitting opposite Dumbledore. "Harry, Greek letter sigma, degree, oh my god. What's going on? Why is Professor McGonagall here too? This is terrible. I ran into Sherlock and Harry on the way, so I brought them along." Upon hearing Professor Hagrid's words, Professor McGonagall's eyes instantly sharpened. "Harry, I've already told you about Sirius Black today, why are you still running around in the corridors? And you, Mr. Holmes, you should both be in your common room at this time." Under Professor McGonagall's sharp gaze, Harry immediately tensed up. Sherlock remained calm. "Professor McGonagall, we want to know about Sirius Black, don't you already know that?" Professor McGonagall frowned. "Potter told me that Mr. Arthur Weasley has already told you what happened." "That's true, but I need more details." Sherlock turned to Dumbledore. "I want to know what the relationship is between Black and Harry, and just how close he is to Harry's father, James." Dumbledore's deep gaze, peering through his half-moon spectacles, fell upon Sherlock. After a moment's thought, he asked, "What do you know now?" "I'm afraid I can't deduce much," Sherlock said. "Currently, I only know that Sirius Black had a very good relationship with Harry's father. However, he played a disgraceful role in Voldemort's murder of Harry, and he was largely involved in the deaths of Harry's parents. Although everyone says that Black will become Voldemort's second-in-command after his resurgence, in my opinion, his shift in allegiance is rather abrupt. There's so much missing information about this incident that happened over a decade ago, like a locked room opened 50 years ago. So, I need your help." Sherlock looked intently at Dumbledore, who seemed curious. "You want to know this information now?" "I wasn't in such a hurry, but Black has arrived at the school, and I think it's necessary to find out as soon as possible." "You've decided to investigate this. I can't just stand by and watch him hurt my friend." "Very good." Hearing Sherlock's words, Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction and turned to Professor McGonagall. "Minerva, you tell him, although everyone might not be reading during the holiday, I will still try my best to maintain a stable update schedule. Happy Dragon Boat Festival." Chapter 315 12 years ago. Upon hearing Dumbledore ask her to reveal the truth about what happened 12 years ago, Professor McGonagall was stunned. "Albus, but I believe in Sherlock's ability to seek the truth, and I believe in Harry's ability to bear the facts." Dumbledore looked gently at his old partner and slowly said, "Besides, I promised them last time that I wouldn't hide the truth if necessary. Rubius, please don't leave. Stay and listen. I think there are some things you need to add." Having said all that, Professor McGonagall naturally saw Dumbledore's insistence. She looked at the piercing Sherlock and the somewhat bewildered Harry and slowly said, "Of all those who sided with the Man of Void, Sirius Black is someone we never expected, not the Man of Void, but Voldemort, my dear Minerva." Hagrid shuddered. "Yes, Voldemort." Professor McGonagall, seeing Dumbledore's insistence, quickly changed her tune. Hagrid shuddered again. Professor McGonagall seemed lost in a distant memory, and after a moment she continued, "Black's best friend at school was James Potter, and the two of them were the leaders of that group. Both were incredibly intelligent and exceptionally talented, but I've never seen such a mischievous pair, Professor. I think you might have forgotten Fred Weasley and George Weasley," Hagrid suddenly interjected. He mainly wanted to escape the shadow of Voldemort's name and quickly change the subject. "That's very true, Professor Hagrid. If they didn't look alike, sometimes I would even think they were twins. You could say James trusted Black more than any of his friends, and that friendship remained unchanged until graduation. Black was the best man at James and Lily's wedding, and later they even made him their son's godfather." At this point, Professor McGonagall glanced at Harry. Seeing Harry's wide-eyed, gaping mouth, Professor McGonagall felt a pang of sadness. She didn't understand why Dumbledore had made her tell Harry this. For Harry, this was a devastating blow. But, since Dumbledore had said so, McGonagall steeled herself and continued more quickly. 12 years ago, the Wizarding Wars entered their final year. Of course, we didn't know this at the time. Albus, as our leader, had been leading us in a relentless fight against Voldemort. It was then that he received news that Voldemort was going to target James and Lily. The couple were also a key force in the fight against Voldemort, so Albus immediately advised James and Lily to go into hiding. At that time, Voldemort had almost completely controlled the Wizarding world, so escaping Voldemort was no easy task. In the end, Albus's solution was the faithful charm. Professor McGonagall paused here, glanced at Hagrid, who was clearly uncomfortable from her repeated mentions of Voldemort, gave him an apologetic look, and then continued, "It's a very complex spell. It can magically hide a secret within the soul of a living person, and in this way, the secret will never be discovered. In other words, as long as the keeper of the secret doesn't reveal it, even if Voldemort searches James and Lily's village for tens of thousands of years, he won't find them, even if his nose is right outside their living room window." Hearing this, Sherlock and Harry both understood. Sherlock, so Sirius Black is Harry's keeper of the secret. That makes perfect sense. Professor McGonagall sighed deeply, glanced at the silent Harry, and continued. James told Albus that Black would rather die than reveal their whereabouts. On the other hand, Black himself is also preparing to go into hiding. Even so, Albus is still worried. "I remember you offered to be the Potter's keeper of the secret yourself, right?" The last sentence was naturally directed at Dumbledore. Sherlock frowned upon hearing this. "Sir, you already suspected Black back then." "Not quite, or rather, not entirely." Dumbledore shook his head. "In fact, even before this incident, I had already suspected that someone among us had betrayed us. Because I discovered more than once that members of the Order of the Phoenix were reporting Harry's parents' movements to Voldemort." The Order of the Phoenix? Sherlock instinctively glanced at Fawkes behind Dumbledore. "Yes, the Order of the Phoenix. It was an organization I founded specifically to fight against Voldemort. Although some of its members may not seem like heroes and are rather unassuming, I believe most of them are brave and fearless. It was only when I determined there was a traitor within the Order that I suggested I become Harry's father's secret agent. Unfortunately, he insisted on using Black. Unfortunately, the faithful charm had only been cast for less than a week when Black betrayed them." Professor McGonagall continued, picking up where Dumbledore left off. "I think Black was tired of his double agent role and was ready to openly support Voldemort. However, No one could have imagined that Voldemort would be so utterly defeated by a mere infant. His first failure left him powerless and extremely weak, forcing him to flee in disarray. This put Black in a very awkward position. Voldemort fell just as he exposed his traitorous nature. He had no choice but to leave in the same sorry state as Voldemort, that despicable, vile, shameless traitor. Hagrid suddenly roared, his anger even momentarily forgetting his fear of Voldemort. I ran into him. I rescued Harry from his house after Lily and James died. I had just pulled him from the rubble when Sirius Black showed up. Calm down, Rupert, reminded by Dumbledore. Hagrid's emotions subsided slightly, but he still spoke angrily. He was riding that flying motorcycle, asking me for Harry, saying he was Harry's godfather and would take good care of him. Although I didn't know he was the secret keeper, Mr. Dumbledore's orders were for me to take Harry to his aunt and uncle's house, so I refused. I argued with him for a long time before he reluctantly agreed, even giving me the motorcycle, saying he'd never need it again. I should have realized that then. How could he not need his favorite motorcycle? It was clearly because it was too easy to track. You all know he's the Secret Service, and the Ministry of Magic will be issuing a warrant for his arrest in a few hours. He pretended to be a good guy just to trick me. Damn it, if I had handed Harry over to him. Hagrid shuddered as he said this, even more so than when he heard them mention the name bourgeois. Although Hagrid hadn't finished speaking, everyone knew what he was about to say. Silence fell over the headmaster's office. Excuse me, I have a question. Sherlock suddenly broke the silence. Professor Hagrid, why didn't Black just snatch Harry from you back then? Hagrid's beard twitched. I admit he's a very powerful wizard, but even he couldn't have taken Harry from me, so... It was because of the difference in strength. Sherlock knew Hagrid was strong, but hearing that even Black, who was on par with Snape, didn't have the confidence to take a baby from him, he felt it necessary to reassess his giant friend's strength. After all, according to Hagrid, he didn't know Sirius Black had already betrayed him at that time. In other words, if Black were confident, he could have easily struck when the opponent was off guard. But Black didn't. Either he lacked confidence, feeling he couldn't even snatch Harry away in a sneak attack, or he worried that even if he did manage to steal Harry, he wouldn't be able to escape the subsequent pursuit. It's more likely that it was both. The net of heaven is vast, and though its meshes are wide, nothing escapes it, Professor McGonagall said. In any case, by the next day, Black was caught by the Ministry of Magic. Oh, hearing this, Sherlock showed surprise for the first time. The Ministry of Magic is so efficient. Professor McGonagall gave Sherlock a somewhat helpless look. But in fact, her students' contempt for the Ministry of Magic was not unfounded. It wasn't the Ministry of Magic. The person who found him was Peter Pettigrew. He's another good friend of James and Lily, and he also knew that Black was the secret keeper. Peter Pettigrew. Sherlock repeated the name. Yes, he was a chubby little boy. At school, he idolized Black and James like heroes. Compared to the rest of the group, he was always following them around like a shadow. Of course, his talent couldn't compare to the others, so I was always very strict with him. Now, thinking about it, I can't help but feel waves of regret. Professor McGonagall's voice lowered at this point. I think you all know about the time Black killed over a dozen muggles, right? It was Pettigrew who stopped Black, crying and shouting in front of the whole street. Lily and James, Sirius, how could you do this? How could you do this? Then he drew his wand. Unfortunately, Black was much more agile and blew Pettigrew to pieces. At this point, Professor McGonagall finally couldn't hold back her sobs. That was such a foolish child. How could he possibly be a match for Black? Chapter 316 The Godfather. The headmaster's office. If I'd run into Black first, I wouldn't have wasted time getting my wand out. I'd have torn him to shreds. Hagrid's gruff voice suddenly boomed after Professor McGonagall finished recounting the dramatic standoff between Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black, delivering a statement uttered in a very distinctive style. His face was flushed, and his beard trembled violently with each word. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow slightly, a glint of light flashing in his half-moon spectacles. Calm down, Rubius. Dumbledore turned to Sherlock and Harry, who sat side by side, his tone reassuringly calm. That's what happened. Do you have any questions? Harry sat frozen in his carved oak chair, speechless. Although he knew from Mr. Weasley that Black was his parents' close friend, he had never imagined their relationship was this close. He was still in shock, not yet fully recovered. Sherlock leaned back slightly, his gray eyes sharpening. Only 3 questions, 3 questions. Professor McGonagall was taken aback. She felt she had explained things clearly enough. Hagrid, though rude, had indeed provided more detail about this painful past buried deep in her memory. But Sherlock had not only asked questions, but 3 at once, which was quite unexpected. Yes, 3 questions. Sherlock gave a definite answer again, holding up 3 fingers. First, since Peter knew Black's whereabouts, why didn't he inform the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic? Second, after Black killed Peter, how did he fall into the hands of the Ministry of Magic? Third, who were the other members of that group who were with James, Black, and Peter back then? Hearing Sherlock's 3 questions, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Hagrid were all stunned. Even Harry looked at Sherlock in surprise. Sherlock, you? How could you? Professor McGonagall was the most surprised. Even though Sherlock had asked the question, she couldn't help but ask it back. At that moment, Dumbledore glanced at Sherlock and then smiled. Minerva, I'll answer this question. Professor McGonagall nodded subconsciously. Sherlock immediately perked up, clasped his hands together to support his chin, and stared intently at the old headmaster. Well, I'm all ears. The first question, since Peter knew Black's whereabouts, why didn't he inform the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic? As James and Black's friend, Peter knew Black's hiding place well, which is why he was able to find him before the Ministry. He was probably consumed by the flames of revenge the moment he found Black, which is why he chose to face Black alone. Don't forget, although Peter may seem unremarkable in ordinary times, he is still a Gryffindor finder. The courage hidden deep within him transformed into reckless, desperate gamble. Imagine discovering the betrayal of a close friend. The overwhelming anger and disappointment can easily cloud one's judgment. Besides, I think he was also worried that if he missed this opportunity, Black would escape again. As he said this, Dumbledore's voice became somewhat hoarse, and a hint of pity appeared in his eyes. The second question, how exactly did Black end up in the Ministry of Magic's hands after he killed Peter? Fudge described the scene to me. He was the deputy director of the Department of Disasters at the time, and he was the first to arrive when Black killed everyone, including Peter. According to him, the scene was horrific. A huge crater had been blown in the middle of the street, so deep that even the sewers had cracked open, and the entire street was littered with corpses, with muggles wailing and screaming. Black, however, stood there laughing like a madman, with only a pile of blood-stained socks and a few fragments of Peter remaining in front of him. Hagrid suddenly blew his nose forcefully, the sound so loud that the portrait on the wall shook slightly. Professor McGonagall took out a handkerchief embroidered with a Gryffindor crest and quietly pressed it to the corner of her eye. The Muggle witnesses told the Ministry that they heard Peter questioning Black, which led the Ministry to confirm Black's guilt. Because the commotion was so great, the Muggles were all amnesiast, and the incident was classified as a gas explosion. Seeing no hope of escape, Black was taken away by 20 members of the Magical Law Investigations team. Peter was recognized as a war hero and awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class. He didn't resist. Sherlock frowned upon hearing Black's actions. No, perhaps it was because he knew resistance was hopeless, or perhaps Voldemort's downfall drove him insane. According to Fudge, he was just laughing maniacally the whole time. When 20 detectives surrounded him, he even willingly extended his wrists, letting the chains bind him. Dumbledore paused, and seeing that Sherlock didn't ask any more questions, he slowly continued. As for the third question, the other members of the group with James, Black, and Peter. Actually, you and Harry both know him, so even if I didn't say it, I think you should have guessed it. If I hadn't been specifically reminded, I might have hesitated, but now, the answer is obvious. Sherlock calmly uttered a name that Harry never expected. Professor R.J. Lupin. What? Harry, who hadn't spoken until now, couldn't help but stand up. Professor Lupin knows my father, obviously. He's the other member of the small group that Professor McGonagall just mentioned. Sherlock reached out and pulled Harry back into his seat, slowly saying, based on the information just provided, James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew formed a group at school. Potter and Black were the leaders. Their magical talents were extremely high, and like the Weasley twins now, they were unruly and prone to causing trouble. Professor Lupin was relatively mild-mannered and a key member of the group. As for Peter, Sherlock frowned and slowly continued, his talent is inferior to the other 3, making him the least noticeable member of the group. He idolizes his friends, always following them around, seemingly unremarkable, but deep down he harbors courage. That's why, At the most crucial moment, he raised his wand against his former idols. Am I right, Professor McGonagall? The more Sherlock spoke, the more surprised Professor McGonagall became. By the time Sherlock finished speaking and posed a question, Professor McGonagall was almost speechless. Holmes, how do you know all this? Didn't you just tell me all this? Sherlock said in a completely matter-of-fact tone. The only thing you didn't tell me was information about the other member of that group. But Mr. Dumbledore just said that finding a wizard whom Harry and I both know, and who is about the same age as Harry's father, would be too easy. Arthur Weasley is too old, Arnold Pisgott is too young, and Professor Snape is the right age. But he doesn't get along well with Harry's father. So, apart from Professor Lupin, who just arrived at the school this year, there can't be any other possibility. Even so, how do you know there's another person in that group? Professor McGonagall couldn't help but press, as she hadn't mentioned Lupin's name at all. At school, he idolized Black and James, always following them around like a shadow compared to the rest of the group. Sherlock repeated Professor McGonagall's words. Your unconscious way of stating it is enough to suggest that there were other members besides these three, at least one more. The reasoning is so obvious, it's like ink on parchment. Professor McGonagall was utterly speechless. She couldn't help but look at Dumbledore. He smiled at her, then turned to Sherlock. That's how it was 12 years ago, Sherlock. Do you have any other questions? Not for now. For now, Dumbledore keenly noticed the key phrase in Sherlock's words. Well, for now. Thank you all, professors, for the information you provided today. This will help me find Black, Holmes. Before Sherlock could finish speaking, Professor McGonagall panicked. She grabbed her collar and said urgently, I believe in your abilities, but I must say, Black is far stronger than you imagine. Even I'm not confident I could defeat him one-on-one. You, don't worry, Professor. Sherlock gave a reassuring smile. Courage is not recklessness. I learned that when I was 7. Once I find any clues about Black, I will tell you immediately. If he had stayed in Azkaban, that would have been fine, but since he had the courage to escape and even wanted to harm my friend, at this point, Sherlock's eyes suddenly sharpened. I will bring this executioner who has murdered more than a dozen innocent people to justice. Seeing Sherlock's sincere gaze, Professor McGonagall released her right hand from her collar. That's good. You know I never want Peter's tragedy to repeat itself. Tragedy, will it repeat itself? Now that they had all the information, there was no need to stay any longer. Dumbledore stopped Mr. Hagrid and asked Professor McGonagall to take Sherlock and Harry back to the common room. As they walked down the long corridor, Professor McGonagall repeatedly warned Sherlock to keep a close eye on Harry and not let him do anything foolish. She now realized that Harry's personality was more like his troublemaking father than his obedient mother. If no one was watching him, something terrible would happen sooner or later. The evidence was obvious. Based on his 3 years at Hogwarts, Harry was always present at the scene of any incident. When Harry and Sherlock returned to their dormitory using Sir Cadogan's strange password, only the two of them remained. Harry looked at Sherlock, hesitant to speak. His heart was heavy. Although he had learned from Mr. Weasley before the start of the school year that his parents had been murdered because of betrayal by a close friend, he never expected that this man's relationship with his family would be so special. Not only was he a groomsman at his parents' wedding, but he's also his godfather. Thanks to Langia Keohu for the donation. Your support is my motivation to update. Chapter 317 The Student Council President's Forbidden Fruit Invitation. Godfather. Like Halloween, Christmas, and Easter, this term originated in religion, referring to an authoritative theologian who formulated or expounded doctrines. Later, it gradually evolved into the person who bestows a Christian name upon an infant or toddler at baptism and guarantees to provide their religious education. However, over time, even this function has gradually weakened. It can be said that today, the concept of Godfather has long transcended the religious framework, becoming a deep bond beyond blood ties, even carrying the connotation of a shared destiny. Anyone chosen as the godfather of one's child is undoubtedly a true friend. Simply put, if it weren't for Sirius Black's betrayal leading to his imprisonment, he would have been Harry's undisputed legal guardian. In some ways, his lineage even predates Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. As Hagrid said, under such circumstances, entrusting the infant Harry Potter to Black on that night 12 years ago was perfectly natural. Absolutely no one would blame him for it. Yet, it was precisely this very man who betrayed the friend who trusted him most. Not only did they cause their deaths at the hands of Voldemort, but even after escaping from prison 12 years later, they still have no intention of letting their children go. It's utterly depraved. Harry looked at Sherlock, his eyes overflowing with gratitude. It was because of Sherlock that he knew about this before school started, allowing him some mental preparation. If it were the first time he'd heard this news, Harry instinctively shuddered. Just thinking about it was unbearable. Sherlock, no need for thanks, my dear Harry. Seeing Harry's reddened eyes, Sherlock directly voiced his friend's concerns. This made Harry even more embarrassed. Sherlock smiled slightly at this moment. My suggestion is, why don't you take out the birthday present Hagrid gave you in your first year? Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry's eyes lit up. He immediately went to his bedside table, pushed aside his books, and found the photo album. He had looked at this album many times, but had never paid attention to anyone other than his parents. This time, he specifically looked for the photo at his parents' wedding. His father waved to him with a beaming smile, his tousle black hair standing on end. His red-haired mother, radiant, walked hand in hand with his father. And, standing beside his father as best man, Sirius Black. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. He had seen Sirius Black's picture more than once. When he saw the wanted poster in the newspaper, he had already discerned the handsome nature beneath the sallow, sunken surface. But now, he simply couldn't connect the person in this picture with the fugitive on the wanted poster. Harry's father, James Potter, was 6 feet tall. Black was even slightly taller than James. His elegant, beautiful black hair cascaded down his face. Neither James's nor Harry's hair ever possessed such elegance. His gray eyes, like Sherlock's, were striking, possessing the same sharpness, but with an added air of arrogance. Judging solely from this photograph, the man exuded a carefree and unrestrained air, making him exceptionally handsome. If he hadn't known it was the same person, he would never have guessed that the person in this old photograph was Sirius Black. It's no exaggeration to say that he now surpassed even Gilderoy Lockhart and a young Tom Riddle in looks. At this moment, Harry was certain that Sirius Black was the epitome of handsomeness he had ever seen, even outshining Lily, a woman. All three people in the photograph had a gleam in their eyes. Harry looked at the handsome, smiling Sirius Black, his thoughts wandering. When this photograph was taken, was this man already serving Voldemort? Was he already plotting the deaths of his best friend and his wife? Did he realize that his actions would lead to 12 years in prison, and that this ordeal would disfigure him beyond recognition? Just as Harry was lost in thought, Sherlock's hand rested on his shoulder. Dear Harry, I suggest you don't think about it so much. Harry turned to look at Sherlock. Their green and gray eyes met, and Harry understood Sherlock's meaning. Before going to the headmaster's office to see Dumbledore, Harry had been annoyed by the teacher's excuses for accompanying him through the corridors and Percy's constant following. But after learning the whole story, he understood their actions. 3 years with Sherlock had completely honed Harry's senses. Sirius Black. He was his father's best friend, his nominal godfather. His betrayal led to his parents' brutal murder by Voldemort, leaving him an orphan. 12 years later, he still wouldn't let him go, escaping from Azkaban to hunt him down. Harry had personally experienced the Dementor's power. The fear and despair almost made him lose all will to resist. Yet Black had escaped right under their noses. With someone like that, no amount of caution was too much. Not to mention that Black had already visited Hogwarts Castle once. However, what surprised Harry himself was that even facing one of the most ruthless and perverse criminals in the history of the wizarding world, he felt little fear. He thought about it and concluded that Sherlock had given him strength. Perhaps it was path dependence, habit, but Harry always felt that Sherlock would soon find a clue and catch Black. The belief he had formed in his first year had not only remained unbroken but had become even stronger over time. As long as he was with Sherlock, he had nothing to fear. Next, Harry put the matter out of his mind and devoted all his attention to Quidditch training. Just like last year, the weather had become increasingly harsh since winter began. However, the brave and fearless Gryffindor team persevered, training even harder. Madam Hooch was always present during Gryffindor training sessions. The official explanation was to supervise the team's training, but the real reason was to protect Harry. Besides Madam Hooch, even Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, would occasionally appear at the Quidditch pitch. In her own words, "For God's sake, I'd love to see us win the trophy eventually." However, she also forbade Harry from practicing with Sherlock in the mornings. The reason was simple. In the early morning, Harry would only have Sherlock and Neville by his side on the playground, which would be too conspicuous, and she couldn't be with him all the time. As a result, once again, Neville Longbottom was left alone by Sherlock's side. Under Sherlock's guidance, Neville improved rapidly, and his talent in swordsmanship gradually became apparent. "I feel like Harry runs into trouble every semester," Neville said weekly after another morning practice session. It was the same last year. He always ended up doing other things while practicing. That's to be expected. The savior of the wizarding world. The boy who survived a great calamity, the nemesis of the Dark Lord, his special status means he's always in the eye of the storm. Sherlock chuckled and handed Neville the long, straight stick he was holding. "Dear Neville, could you please take this back for me?" "Of course, no problem." Neville took the stick and asked curiously, "But Sherlock, aren't you going back to your dorm? Someone's looking for me." Following Sherlock's gaze, Neville was surprised to see Gemma Farley, the former Slytherin prefect, now the head of the student council, and a seventh-year witch, walking towards Sherlock. She was beautiful, with a figure as graceful as a white swan, and the silver badge on her chest shimmered in the light, attracting the attention of many young wizards nearby. "Chairman Farley," Neville stammered when he saw Gemma. "Mr. Longbottom, hello." Gemma's sea-blue eyes turned crescent-shaped when she saw Sherlock. Her gaze swept over Neville, who was wielding long staffs, and she couldn't help but find it amusing. "Sherlock, you've gone for your morning exercise again, obviously." Gemma tilted her head slightly, looking out of the castle through the high window of the corridor. Lead-gray clouds were churning and pressing down on the spires, and the damp wind swirled fallen leaves against the window panes, making a rustling sound. "The weather's not good today. I think it's going to pour again soon." This area is a transitional climate between temperate oceanic and mountainous regions. This time of year is when it's often cloudy, rainy, and windy. "Are you showing off?" "If I weren't still studying Muggle research on this subject, I really wouldn't know what you're talking about. It's common sense, my friend." "I don't think it's common sense, dear Sherlock." Gemma winked playfully, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "I bet less than a third of people can accurately describe the climate of their own region." Neville stood to the side, watching Sherlock and Gemma chat about the weather, and suddenly felt he shouldn't be there. His eyes darted nervously between the two of them. Sherlock, Chairman Farley, you two talk first. I have to go." "Good luck, Mr. Longbottom," Gemma said gently. No sooner had she finished speaking than Neville stumbled. He scrambled to his feet, his round face flushed red, and disappeared around the corner in a flash. This student council president was not only beautiful, but her aura was also unique. Just standing next to her made him feel incredibly pressured, so he'd better leave this to Sherlock. Gemma glanced around, and the young wizards who were secretly watching hurriedly looked away. She frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. "Let's go, let's talk somewhere else." The same classroom on the 4th floor. Gemma paused slightly, then smiled. "Okay, that's fine this time. Next time, I'll give you a gift." "What gift?" "We'll talk about it next time." Gemma winked mischievously, turned, and started walking. The two walked up the spiral staircase, the portraits on the walls watching them curiously. They arrived at the same classroom on the 4th floor once again, and Gemma deftly closed the door. Her wand slithered out from beneath her robes like a serpent, tracing an elegant arc in the air. "Anti-Alohomora." The lock on the door clicked crisply. "Anti-lock charm." Sherlock leaned against a desk, his expression calm, but his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of inquiry. "Exactly." Gemma withdrew her wand, gracefully smoothing her skirt, gesturing for Sherlock to sit. After they were both seated, a wry, teasing smile played on her lips. "Penelope told me that last year, when she was kissing Weasley in an empty classroom, Harry unfortunately saw her." Gemma paused, her sea-blue eyes meeting Sherlock's grey ones. "I don't want to end up like her, seen by anyone else." Thanks to Bilibili user for the donation. Your support is my motivation to update. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318: The Second Shirt Button That Was Unbuttoned. As its name suggests, the anti-Alohomora charm was created specifically to counter the Alohomora charm. The Alohomora charm is a spell used to unlock doors, windows, and other locked objects, and is also known as the thief's friend. In the early 17th century, the famous charmcist Bragton Burley's house was broken into 19 times in just 2 weeks by thieves using the Allahumora charm. Since human talents vary, he invented this charm in a fit of extreme anger. Hearing Sherlock's description of the anti-Allahumora charm, Gemma couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Was he kidding? That wasn't the point of her previous statement. It made her feel like she was throwing a flirtatious glance at a blind man. How could a teenager in the prime of his youth remain unmoved? Seeing that he wasn't cooperating, Gemma could only temporarily give up her teasing. Her fingertips unconsciously twirled a strand of chestnut hair, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. She released her resignation and looked at Sherlock with a hint of anticipation. I think, you know why I'm looking for you, right? 2 things, nothing more than Sirius Black and the upcoming Quidditch match. Sherlock's long fingers tapped a rhythmic pattern on the wooden table, like playing a mystery melody unknown to anyone. But now it seems more likely to be the latter. You really can't hide anything from me, Gemma chuckled, her wand deftly twirling in her palm, drawing a silver streak. In an instant, 2 steaming glasses of butterbeer appeared on the table, their fine foam dancing merrily. Sherlock's gaze fell on the amber-colored liquid. You brought back the 3 broomsticks butterbeer, sort of. Gemma lightly tapped the rim of her glass, creating ripples on the surface. The elves in Hogwarts kitchens made it to mimic the taste there. It's slightly different, but still passable. She pushed a glass of beer towards Sherlock, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Actually, I wanted to have a drink with you when I went to Hogsmeade before Halloween, but I never got the chance. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. You weren't at Hogsmeade that day, my dear Sherlock. You're so concerned about me. I'm quite flattered, Gemma feigned surprise, covering her mouth with a smile. Sherlock looked at Gemma without speaking. Gemma, she had that same feeling again. She sighed inwardly and continued, you and Hermione have been practically inseparable lately. Even if I did go there, it probably wouldn't be the right time. That's right, Gemma. Seeing Sherlock just staring at his glass without moving, she said half-jokingly, what, worried I poisoned it? Gemma, you seem a little different from last year. Sherlock noticed some of Gemma's subtle movements, his gaze like a precise scalpel tracing her delicate face, trying to dissect those subtle changes. Hearing Sherlock's words, Gemma's eyes glazed over slightly, looking at the churning clouds outside the window, her tone carrying a hint of relief. Maybe it's because I'm graduating this semester, and I've figured some things out. She raised her glass, the amber liquid reflecting her smiling face. Seeing this, Sherlock also raised his glass and gently clinked it against hers, the crisp sound echoing in the empty classroom, making Gemma's heart flutter. Let's get down to business. This Saturday was supposed to be a Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor. But things have changed. Gemma's fingers unconsciously traced the rim of her cup, her delicate nails leaving faint marks on the surface. Marcus Flint came to me this morning and said that Seeker Draco Malfoy broke his leg in a recent practice after falling off his broomstick. He's already applied to the school, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, this Saturday's match will be between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Fell off a broomstick. Sherlock's brow furrowed instantly, like a keen hound catching a suspicious scent. Is that true? I know you'll have your doubts, but it's true that Malfoy broke his leg. Gemma met Sherlock's sharp, hawk-like gray eyes, her tone serious. Since the start of this term, the Slytherin Quidditch team's training has been incredibly rigorous, no less so than Gryffindor's. Just yesterday, they chose to train in terrible weather to simulate the extreme conditions of a real match, but Malfoy had an accident during training. Her voice held a hint of regret. When he fell from the sky, his Nimbus 2001 broomstick was blown away by the wind. It later crashed into that whomping willow and shattered into pieces. Sherlock nodded slightly, his fingers beginning to tap the table again, the rhythm gradually increasing. After a moment, he slowly spoke, without a doubt, this is a golden opportunity for the Slytherin Quidditch team. An opportunity, yes, the Seeker's injury allows them to avoid this inclement weather and postpone the game. Malfoy's poor performance in training proves that Slytherin's performance in this weather is indeed unsatisfactory. I'm sorry, Sherlock, I originally wanted to stop Flint, but Malfoy is indeed in the hospital. Gemma's eyes were full of apology. Although Madame Pomfrey has healed him, it also means he needs to rest for 2 or 3 days. I've also seen the wreckage of Nimbus 2001 damaged by the Willow of Hearts, and even the most skilled wizard cannot repair it. Why are you apologizing? Before Gemma could finish speaking, Sherlock interrupted her, a warm smile playing on his lips. This has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with me. If last year you still had to speak from the perspective of the Slytherin prefects, then this year there's no need for that. You're the student council president for the entire school, not just Slytherin. Sherlock's voice was steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable certainty. The Seeker was injured before the match, and his broomstick was damaged. Demanding a delay under these circumstances is perfectly legitimate. Of course, these difficulties are entirely manageable. As you said, Malfoy will still be able to play when he's out of the school hospital. His wealthy father buying him a new broomstick wouldn't be difficult either. But why? Neither the Slytherin team nor Malfoy himself had any reason to do this. On the contrary, Flint's actions are far more reasonable. Sherlock, you? Gemma's sea blue eyes flashed with surprise, and her shoulders, previously tense with worry, quietly relaxed. You can't only follow the rules when they're in your favor. Sherlock winked at her, a hint of teasing in his smile. My dear President, that applies to everyone. Slytherin thinks they've avoided the bad weather and gained a better time to play. But don't forget, bad weather affects both sides of a Quidditch match simultaneously. On a sunny day, their opponents will perform even better. The outcome is still uncertain. Gemma looked at the young man before her, feeling a surge of warmth in her heart. Just a few days ago, Gemma thought Sherlock was too rational, unable to offer emotional support. Even just now, she thought Sherlock was too calm, unable to understand her unspoken meaning. But now, she felt the benefits of Sherlock's rationality and calmness. His analysis was like sunshine dispelling the gloom, freeing her from worrying about unfounded misunderstandings. Perhaps this was also the reason for her change. But this is still unfair to the Gryffindor team. After all, they've been practicing against Slytherins all this time. Fairness is relative, unfairness is absolute, Sherlock said slowly, staring into Gemma's eyes. I'm glad you can look at this from a Slytherin perspective, my friend. Thank you for the compliment, dear Sherlock. Gemma's expression brightened as well. Wood, the captain of Gryffindor Quidditch, always says this year is his last chance to win the Quidditch trophy, because he's graduating this year, and that's true for me too. Gemma naturally steered the conversation towards herself through Wood, saying softly, after graduating next year, my father plans to send me away from England to other countries. That means we probably won't see each other for a long time. Is it to expand the Farley family's influence in other regions? Sherlock immediately countered. I'm afraid that's difficult. Gemma gracefully swirled the butterbeer in her hand and downed the rest in one gulp. She waved her wand, and the empty butterbeer vanished, replaced by a fresh glass. Raising her glass, she clinked it lightly against Sherlock's, and said softly, the Farley family isn't one of the 28 holy pure-blood families. Their influence is limited to England. The pressure we were able to exert on the Malfoy family at the start of the school year was because Lucius Malfoy's behavior last year was outrageous. Many couldn't stand it, and we were able to act accordingly. A flash of lightning streaked across the window, gilding her profile with a silver edge. Father wants me to go to Greece to get involved in the magical ore trade there, but I want to apply for an apprenticeship at the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania. After discussing it with him several times, he finally agreed to my suggestion. She took a document from her bosom and placed it on the table. The embossed wax seal gleamed. Of course, this is only temporary. Gemma leaned forward slightly, and with this movement, the silver pendant around her neck swayed gently. The student council badge, always neatly pinned to her collar, was now faintly visible through the unbuttoned top of her shirt. Chapter 319 Chu Zhang takes the initiative. So, you're still planning to go back to England? After hearing Gemma's plans for the future, Sherlock understood her meaning. 3 years, Gemma waved her wand again, and the empty butterbeer in front of her disappeared, replaced by a new one. In 3 years at most, I'll obtain the highest qualification as an international dragon tamer. As she tilted her head back and picked up her third butterbeer to sip, her fair neck rose and fell slightly with each swallow. The British Ministry of Magic needs fresh blood. If some dark creatures really start to stir, I think I can be of help then. Gemma smiled gently. The effects of 3 butterbeers in quick succession made her cheeks flushed, making her already beautiful and delicate face even more radiant. The downpour outside the window suddenly intensified, pattering against the glass. Romanian brandy is definitely worth trying. Sherlock tapped his butterbeer with his knuckles. He hadn't even finished his first beer. But Hogsmeade oak barrels are better suited to the English palate. Gemma suddenly extended her right hand and placed it on Sherlock's hand, a hint of expectation in her eyes. This Christmas, I'm planning to give you a special gift. Sherlock felt the back of his hand touch Gemma's smooth palm, but just looked at her without speaking. Gemma blushed slightly and quickly withdrew her hand, as if the touch had been an illusion. "I think you'll be happy." "I'm not happy at all." In the chilly locker room beside the Quidditch pitch, where the light was gradually dimming, Gryffindor Captain Oliver Wood called a meeting. "We're not playing against Slytherin. Flint just came to see me. We're playing against Hufflepuff." "Why?" the other players asked in unison. "Flint's reason is that their seeker is injured. He fell off his flying broomstick during practice and broke his leg." Wood bared his teeth in fury, like an enraged lion. "But I think they're also using this as an excuse to back out, to avoid playing in this weather, thinking it will reduce their chances of winning." The storm raged all day, and even as Wood spoke, they could hear distant thunder. Harry froze. Malfoy's injured. He couldn't help but recall the advice Hermione and Ron gave him when Snape wanted to be a referee in their first year, trying to persuade him not to participate. Their suggestions were pretend to break his leg and actually break his leg. Malfoy couldn't possibly have done that, could he? Clearly, Harry wasn't the only one thinking this. He must be faking it. "I saw him hanging out with that Slytherin girl the other day," Fred Weasley said. "Like you said, faking a broken leg will save him from playing against us in this terrible weather," George Weasley said. "Unfortunately, it's true." Flint brought a note from Madame Pomfrey. She testifies that Malfoy broke his bones and needs to rest in the hospital for at least 3 days, which is Saturday. "You know, she wouldn't lie to us. Isn't that perfect? He can be in the game as soon as he's discharged." "You're too naive, Harry. How could Slytherin let their seeker play in a match right after being discharged?" At this moment, Wood seemed to put on a mask of pain. "We've been practicing against Slytherin, and now we're playing against the Hufflepuffs. They're quite different. They have a new captain, Seeker Cedric Diggory." Hearing this, the 3 girls in the group, who were also Chaser, Angelina Johnson, Aria Spinnet, and Katie Bell, suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Wood frowned, somewhat displeased with their frivolous behavior. "Diggory, he's that tall, handsome boy, isn't he?" Angelina said. "Yes, muscular and quiet," Katie said, and the girls giggled again. "He doesn't talk much because he's too stupid to say 2 words at a time," Fred Weasley said impatiently. His words immediately drew dissatisfaction from the 3 girls. "I don't understand." At the same time, George Weasley said, "Oliver, what are you worried about? Compared to other teams, the Hufflepuffs are nothing. Cedric is no big deal. Have you forgotten that the last time we played them, the one Snape was the referee, Harry set the record for the fastest golden snitch ever? This time is different." Wood immediately turned to the Weasley twins and shouted angrily, his eyes bulging with emotion. "Diggory has assembled a strong lineup since becoming captain, and he himself is an excellent seeker." "That's exactly what I was worried you guys would think. The game hasn't even started, and you're already underestimating them? We must concentrate. Slytherin is trying to disrupt our rhythm. We must hold on and not give them any chance." "Oliver, calm down." George Weasley was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Wood to be so agitated. "Don't worry, we'll take Hufflepuff seriously, very seriously." Harry just watched quietly, without saying a word. When practice ended and they returned to the common room, he immediately told his 3 friends the news. Then he found that none of them were surprised at all, not one of them showed any astonishment. Harry couldn't help but ask, "What?" "You already knew," Ron said lazily. "Our school chairwoman Gemma went to see old Shia and told him about it." "Come to think of it, she really cares about old Shia." Hermione glanced at Ron but didn't say anything. "Sherlock, is it true what happened to Malfoy?" "I went to the school hospital, it's true." Sherlock looked at Harry. "He broke his leg. Madame Pomfrey can heal him, but she requires him to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation." After finishing his conversation with Gemma, Sherlock went to the school hospital. He found Malfoy lying in a hospital bed with Pansy feeding him. Since Malfoy apologized to Harry at the start of the semester, he had been very low-key. He hadn't expected him to quietly cause such a big incident. "Haha, that guy didn't just break his leg," Ron said gleefully. "Remember those 7 Nimbus 2000 onesies Dad bought for Slytherin last year? When he fell off his broom, one of those things hit the Whomping Willow." "Harry, you should know the Whomping Willow, right?" "What, you don't?" "No problem. Anyway, that tree doesn't like being hit, so it smashed Malfoy's flying broom to pieces." Harry hadn't heard Wood mention this, and now he looked surprised. "Is that so?" Hermione handed Harry a photograph. Harry's heart clenched when he saw it. That wasn't a flying broom at all. It was just a dozen or so pieces of wood and twigs, unrecognizable from its original form. Perhaps because Malfoy had already apologized to him, and because of his kind heart, compared to the gloating Ron, Harry didn't feel much pleasure. On the contrary, seeing the wreckage of the flying broom, he felt a pang of remorse. Objectively speaking, Malfoy was an excellent seeker. Harry, who had a deep affection for Nimbus 2000, understood the bond between Quidditch players and their ever-present flying broomsticks. Where did this photo come from? Your fam took a picture of it specifically for this. Hermione looked like she wanted to laugh but held it back. He originally wanted to give you the photo himself, but he was bumped into by the Slytherin students. Luckily, Professor Flitwick was there, otherwise he probably would have gotten a good beating. Harry couldn't help but gasp. Colin Creevey, that little boy was really audacious. With Ginny taking full initiative, Colin hadn't been following Harry around as much as before. However, his passionate feelings for Harry remained. And sure enough, whenever this happened, he immediately wanted to make his presence known. Besides, the photo was really good. Harry tried to put himself in Malfoy's shoes and could feel the pangs of sympathy. Gemma asked me to remind you that the new Hufflepuff team, Diggory, has reorganized a stronger squad than last year. Sherlock glanced at Harry, then smiled. But it seems Wood has already told you about it. Yes, he told us not to underestimate them. Harry then recounted the day's training session in detail, including what Wood had told them before training. Wood's choice was absolutely right. Never underestimate your opponent, Sherlock agreed. My advice remains the same, act quickly and catch the golden snitch as soon as possible. Also, dear Harry, I suggest you try to find Cho Chang. Cho? Yes, although the Quidditch matches in the second half of last year were cancelled, besides the Gryffindor vs Slytherin match, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff also played. Ravenclaw won that match, and Cedric Diggory, though not captain at the time, had become the Seeker. Cho Chang should be able to help you. After saying this, Sherlock suddenly looked towards the door and couldn't help but smile. Dear Harry, women are indeed your forte. She's even more proactive than I expected. Chapter 320 Women are your area of expertise. The Gryffindor common room. Harry looked at Sherlock with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he would say that women were his area of expertise. How strange. He wasn't good at that at all. But before he could ask a question, a familiar call came, and Hedwig flew in from outside. She jumped onto Harry's shoulder, affectionately pecked his ear, and then stretched out her leg towards her master. There was a letter tied there. Harry looked at Sherlock in surprise. Sherlock smiled. Read the letter first. Harry then took the letter and began to read. After only a moment, he looked up at Sherlock again and said somewhat awkwardly, Cho said she knows our opponent has changed to Hufflepuff and wants to meet me. Sherlock had expected this. Hermione was a little slower, but after hearing Sherlock's words and seeing Hedwig's arrival, she reacted. Ron was the slowest to react, only understanding what had happened when he heard Harry's words. Oh, the three's amused gazes made Harry feel very embarrassed. But then again, even so, it doesn't mean that being a woman is his forte, right? Cho Chang is his friend, and they're both Quidditch seekers, so isn't it normal for her to care about him after hearing the news? Just as he was about to argue, to make a few excuses, a girl with fiery red hair came running into the common room. Harry, Ginny Weasley, as if she didn't see anyone else, walked straight towards Harry and said anxiously, I heard our opponent for the next match has changed. Sherlock, Hermione, Ron, Harry, degree, now there's nothing more to say. Seeing Ginny's enthusiasm, Harry could only tell her the whole story again. It's all right, Harry, Ginny comforted him. Have you forgotten the match against Hufflepuff? Even with Snape as the referee, and his constant bias towards Hufflepuff, you caught the golden snitch in just a few minutes. Ginny, you talk like George, that's how it is. Hufflepuff? A piece of cake. After saying this, Ginny looked at Sherlock, Hermione, and Ron. Oh, so you're all here? Sherlock, Hermione, and Ron didn't speak, only looking at Harry. Harry felt even more awkward. However, his good friend didn't mention Cho Chang in front of Ginny. Ginny chatted for a while before leaving, satisfied. Not long after she left, Harry and Ron returned to their dormitory together. Seeing that Sherlock and Hermione weren't leaving yet, Harry greeted them. Ron ignored Hermione, only saying good night to Sherlock. Seeing this, Harry sighed inwardly, unsure what to do. After the two left, Hermione looked at Sherlock hesitantly. Sherlock, was what I did wrong? Good and bad are always relative. The key question is, do you think you did anything wrong? No, Hermione shook her head. Just like Hagrid said, cats catching mice is a natural thing. In her opinion, Crookshanks chasing Scabbers was just for fun. He certainly wouldn't actually eat Scabbers. On the contrary, Ron had harbored a prejudice against Crookshanks ever since they hid him on the head at the magical creatures shop in Diagon Alley. Now, he was still making subjective assumptions without any evidence. After listening to Hermione's thoughts, Sherlock didn't directly comment on the matter. I told you in your first year that you should never care about what others think, and never let others' actions influence you. But back then, you told me you couldn't do that. Sherlock rested his chin on his hands, leaned back, and shifted to a more comfortable position. My answer to you is that if you can't change others, then try to change yourself, and that remains true now. Hermione looked at Sherlock, her gaze hardening. In her first year, Hermione had chosen to change herself. But this time, she would not compromise. In the following days, Oliver Wood frequently appeared in Sherlock's sight. Of course, his target wasn't Sherlock. By now, he had given up hope of persuading Sherlock to join the Quidditch team. He'd wait until he left and leave the task to Harry. Given Harry's relationship with Sherlock, he should be able to convince him. He would often run over to Harry during breaks to offer advice. It was clear he truly valued this match. Harry felt the same way. He accepted Cho Chang's invitation and would set aside time each day to meet with her. Meeting a beautiful girl who shared his interests was always pleasant. Cho Chang also shared all the information she knew about Hufflepuff with Harry without reservation. Wood strongly agreed with Harry's exchange with the Seekers from other teams. Zhang's skills are no less than Diggory's. Harry, you need to find a way to get more information about Hufflepuff from her. If necessary, cough cough, even make some sacrifices. As long as it's for Quidditch, I'll support you unconditionally. There's no need for that, Oliver. Hearing Wood's hint, Harry was a little amused. Cho has been proactively sharing information with me these past 2 days. That's exactly what I meant, Harry. Well done. Oh, Zhang's here. You two chat. I'm leaving. Wood winked at Harry when he saw Cho Zhang approaching, gave her a mysterious smile, and quickly left. Was that Wood? Why did he leave? Cho Zhang asked, somewhat puzzled, seeing Wood leave in a hurry. This made Harry even more embarrassed. He couldn't very well tell Cho Zhang that Wood had asked him to get information from her, could he? Fortunately, Cho Zhang was an understanding girl, and since Harry didn't say anything, she didn't ask any more questions. The two quickly got down to business. Although Diggory is tall and very strong, he's incredibly fast at turning, so you mustn't underestimate him. Cho Chang looked into Harry's green eyes and said in a soft voice, last year, in our match against Hufflepuff, the final score was 220 to 150. Harry's ability to read a game was now very sharp, and he immediately understood, so Diggory caught a golden snitch in the end. Yes, Cho Chang nodded. In that match, thanks to the efforts of the two batters and me, we were able to stop Diggory from catching the snitch before we reached 150. As he said this, a hint of relief appeared on Cho Chang's face, but he immediately became serious. But this year is different. After becoming captain, Diggory quickly identified the gap between Hufflepuff and other teams. He also reselected a new group of players to address his team's weaknesses. Oliver said the same thing. He told us not to underestimate them. Yes, Captain Wood is right. This year, Hufflepuff is no longer a one-man team with only one excellent seeker, but Cho Chang changed the subject, saying firmly, I believe in you, Harry. You're faster than him, and Gryffindor is stronger than the Hufflepuff team, which is still in its adjustment period. As long as you have confidence, you can definitely beat Hufflepuff. Thank you, Cho. I'm looking forward to playing against you in the next match. So don't let me down. Looking at Cho Chang's somewhat playful smile, Harry clenched his fists secretly, making up his mind. No matter what, he had to catch the golden snitch before Diggory. In fact, although Wood repeatedly emphasized the importance of this match, Harry himself felt much less pressure than before the match against Slytherin last year. Compared to the immense pressure from Slytherin's 7 Nimbus 2001s, Hufflepuff was really nothing. Oh, now it's 6. Poor Malfoy, still not out of the hospital. Hufflepuff had indeed updated their lineup, but judging from Cho Chang's description, their strength remained firmly above theirs. So, barring any unforeseen circumstances, defeating them shouldn't be a problem. Old Harry, time for class, or we'll be late. Just then, a voice rang out, and Harry and Cho Chang turned around simultaneously. There stood Sherlock, Hermione, and Ron, looking at them with a half-smile. Lately, whenever Harry was with Cho Chang or Ginny, the three friends would display this fatherly smile. Both Harry and Cho Chang felt a little embarrassed by their gazes. Cho Chang was the first to calm down and asked, "Sherlock, what's the next class? Defense against the dark arts. Defense against the dark arts? Oh, right. Professor Lupin seems to be on leave. Yesterday afternoon, Professor Snape taught our defense against the dark arts class. What? What happened to Professor Lupin? I'm sorry, Hermione, I don't know why, but Professor Snape, who substituted for Lupin, wouldn't say anything. Someone asked a couple of questions, and he used that as an excuse to deduct points. Snape again? Does that old bat feel uncomfortable if he doesn't teach us a few defense against the dark arts classes every year? Dear Ron, besides the teacher of this class, Professor Snape is the best candidate to substitute for this class. That's obvious, that's true, but I've had enough for the past 2 years. We finally found a defense against the dark arts professor that everyone likes and who can teach us real skills. I thought we'd finally made it, but then that old bat came to substitute again. Well, actually, I think Sherlock is right. Professor Snape's ability is beyond doubt, especially compared to Quirrell and Lockhart. He can teach us real skills. All he needs to do is change his teaching style. If he weren't always finding fault with Harry and deducting points, I'd agree with you, Miss Cho. That's a bit difficult. Professor Snape hates Gryffindor students. It's a well-known fact throughout the school, though I don't know why, because Harry's father is in Gryffindor. Huh? Hearing Hermione's words, Cho Chang was stunned. She had no idea what the connection was. Hermione was about to explain when her expression suddenly changed. Oh no, we have to hurry to class, otherwise, if all 4 of us are late, Gryffindor might get a negative score. Okay, you guys hurry up, Cho Chang said, gently nudging Harry. When the 4 arrived at the defense against the dark arts classroom, they found that Snape wasn't there. This made the 3 of them, except Sherlock, breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you to Yeu, Qing Shui Zhiz, and book friend 20210701073312111 for the donations. Your support is my motivation to update. Chapter 321 The Shadow Behind the Curtain. The atmosphere in the defense against the dark arts classroom was relaxed. Everyone was discussing the upcoming lessons and speculating about what new and fun things Professor Lupin would bring. As time went on, Professor Lupin reclaimed the title of most popular teacher from Professor Hagrid. This was also related to the content of the 2 courses. The Magical Creatures Protection course mainly focused on familiarizing students with the habits of various magical creatures. In class, students would learn how to feed, protect, care for, and treat these creatures. Defense against the dark arts, on the other hand, was a subject that taught students defensive magic to protect them from dark magic and dark creatures. Even if the same teacher taught both courses, defense against the dark arts would definitely be more popular than magical creatures protection. Professor Hagrid's initial success in winning the most popular teacher title was purely due to his financial resources. As the course content was continuously updated, Professor Lupin ultimately won everyone's approval through his personal charm and his fun-filled teaching philosophy. The good news was that Hagrid had heeded Sherlock's advice. So, while the course Protection of Magical Creatures was no longer as popular, it still surpassed divination, arithmetic divination, Muggle studies, and ancient rune studies to become the most popular of the 5 electives. Even among the compulsory courses, it was more popular than courses like History of Magic and Astronomy. This already satisfied Hagrid. Looks like they don't know Snape is going to substitute for Professor Lupin. Ron looked at the chattering students with a sad gaze, both for them and for himself. Harry and Hermione remained silent. Sherlock's interested gaze swept across the classroom. Interesting, Professor Snape is planning to teach in a completely new way. What do you mean? Harry had barely finished speaking when there was a bang, and the door was flung open. Professor Snape slid in like a bat. To the astonishment of the entire class, he strode towards the podium, waving his wand. With his movements, one window after another closed, plunging the entire classroom into darkness. Before he reached the podium, he reached out and pulled, and a white curtain slid down. Harry and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances. They both understood the meaning of Sherlock's earlier words. This entirely new method was too Muggle. Ignoring the surprised looks of the entire class, Professor Snape spoke slowly in his deep voice. Turn to page 394. Excuse me, sir, where is Professor Lupin? Someone mustered the courage to ask. He was the potions professor, yet he had been teaching defense against the dark arts for 3 consecutive years. This inevitably aroused suspicion. Snape looked coldly at the dark-skinned Dean Thomas, a hint of impatience in his eyes. He's not feeling well today, so he can't come to teach. What happened to him? Although he already knew from Cho Chang that Snape would be teaching in Lupin's place, Harry couldn't help but ask again upon hearing Snape's answer to Dean. No danger to his life. Snape's lips twitched, a smile more like a grimace, as if to say, it's a shame I didn't live to see that day. He looked at Harry with an even greater disgust than when he had looked at Dean. This is none of your business, Potter. For interrupting the professor, Gryffindor loses 5 points. With that, Snape ignored Harry and walked straight to the back of the classroom. Turn to page 394. Snape spoke again, tapping a machine with his wand, which immediately lit up. Ron was leisurely turning the pages when Snape, who was fiddling with the machine at the back of the classroom, suddenly changed his expression and swiftly waved his wand forward. A clattering sound rang out, and Ron's book immediately flipped to page 394, startling him. However, upon seeing the contents of the book, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Werewolves!" Ignoring Ron's shocked expression, Snape spoke slowly in a cold tone. "Professor Lupin left no record of what you've learned, sir. We learned about boggarts, red hats, Kaba, and Grindylows." Hermione immediately interjected. "Quiet." Snape looked at Hermione. "I wasn't asking a question, Granger. I was merely criticizing Professor Lupin's teaching for lacking structure. He was the best defense against the dark arts teacher we've ever had," Seamus Finnegan boldly said in favor of Professor Lupin. His words were immediately echoed by many other students. This made Snape's expression quickly darken. "That's because you're too easily satisfied, or rather, Professor Lupin hasn't burdened you enough. In my opinion, first-year students should be capable of handling Red Hat and Grindylow. Now, all of you, turn to page 394. Everyone, now." Faced with a domineering Snape, the students could only resentfully comply. "A substitute teacher, what makes you so arrogant?" After turning on the machine, Snape slowly walked to the curtain at the podium and asked his first question. "Can anyone tell me the difference between a werewolf and a wolf transformed from a Nimigus?" Hermione immediately raised her hand high. At that moment, the students were surprised to find that images of werewolves appeared on the curtain. Not the animated images of the magical world, but static images that kept switching back and forth. The pure-blooded wizards didn't know what this meant, only finding it very novel. But the Muggle-born and half-blood wizards knew all too well. Sherlock even showed a clear smile. It was obvious that Snape was the only one at Hogwarts who stood in his robes and lectured using a projector. "Does nobody know?" Snape, ignoring Hermione's raised hand, sneered. "It seems Professor Lupin hasn't even explained the fundamental difference between the two. What a disorganized teaching method." Hearing Snape criticize Lupin again, the students couldn't help but speak up for him. "Sir, we haven't learned about werewolves yet. It'll be several more weeks before we learn about nocturnal creatures. We're currently learning." "Quiet." Snape uttered the word a second time. His gaze swept coldly over the class, his tone filled with contempt. "That's no excuse. I don't expect you to deal with a real werewolf, but I never expected to encounter a class of third-year students who can't even recognize a werewolf. It seems I must mention to Professor Dumbledore that the defense against the dark arts curriculum is far too slow, please, sir." Hermione's nails dug almost into her palms. She watched Snape describe Professor Lupin's individualized instruction as lacking in structure, and watched him belittle the courses that had kept her up all night researching in the library. When the word animagus came to her lips, she could no longer contain herself, her hand still raised high as she said, "Animagus are wizards who can choose to become wolves, while werewolves don't have that choice. This is the second time you've spoken without permission, Miss Granger." Snape interrupted Hermione abruptly, his gaze cold and undisguised as he stared at her flushed face. "Are you lacking self-control, or are you proud of being an intolerable know-it-all?" Ron whispered to Harry. "He does have a point, Harry. Because of your presumption, Gryffindor has lost another 5 points." Hermione's face was flushed red as she slowly lowered her hand. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at the ground, forcing herself not to think about it. Almost everyone glared at Snape with resentment, which showed just how much they hated him. Even Ron, who had just made a sarcastic remark, couldn't help but want to retort, but Harry quickly covered his mouth. He gestured to his best friend, Wise men know when to back down, just bear with it. The little incident ended there, but just when everyone thought the matter was over, Snape suddenly turned to Sherlock. Well then, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, your answer this question. The anger of the entire class instantly turned into surprise. What was going on? It wasn't strange for Snape to ask questions in class. It wasn't strange to ignore Hermione, who knew the answer, and used that to deduct points. It wasn't strange to say Sherlock Holmes in a sarcastic tone. But to say Sherlock Holmes while directly calling on Sherlock to answer a question was really too strange. Since Sherlock perfectly answered Snape's question in the very first lesson of their first year, Snape had never asked Sherlock a question again. The reason was simple. Besides Hermione, known as the know-it-all, only one person could definitely answer the teacher's questions, Sherlock Holmes, whom Snape called the great detective. The difference was that one always volunteered to speak. Sherlock hadn't expected Snape to ask him to answer a question. Of course, he had considered things more carefully than the other students. Since before the start of their second year, when he had Hermione write to Snape for help with Dobby the house elf, the professor had been intentionally avoiding contact with him. Sherlock knew perfectly well that this was because Snape didn't want him to see his secrets. As Professor Flitwick had said, everyone at Hogwarts had their own secrets. But Snape was the first person to be so concerned about his secrets. Yet, the usually evasive Snape was acting out of character today, actively seeking his attention. As the saying goes, something unusual always happens. Sherlock looked at Snape, his gray eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chapter 322 Playing with a Cat. In defense against the dark arts class, Professor Snape, who was filling in for Professor Lupin, unexpectedly called on Sherlock, asking him to distinguish between an animagus wolf and a real werewolf. Because Sherlock was pondering why Snape, who usually avoided him, was suddenly acting so strangely, he didn't answer immediately. I didn't expect the great detective to stumble on such a simple question. However, in that brief moment, Snape's gaze sharpened. It seems I overestimated you. Your supposedly logical mind isn't currently rummaging through the print on page 394 of your textbook like a sniffer dog, is it? Even though he wasn't the target, Snape's words still caused intense discomfort among the entire class. His words trailed off, carrying an unpleasant, sticky quality. Just then, Sherlock finally spoke, his tone as steady as a clockwork mechanism, a stark contrast to Snape's earlier shrug. Werewolves, like centaurs and mermaids, are intelligent beings, classified at the British Ministry of Magic at level XXXXX. Hermione just described the essential difference between them. An animagus can actively transform into a wolf, while werewolves can only passively accept it. In human form, werewolves are no different from normal humans, and their morality is not influenced by their bestial nature. However, on the night of a full moon, a werewolf is forced to transform into a wolf. At this time, they completely lose their human consciousness, forgetting not only who they are, but also their closest relatives. Sherlock paused here. The curiosity in his gray eyes turned into surprise and relief. He understood. At this moment, he realized why Professor Snape had asked him to answer this question. At the same time, Professor Snape did something that surprised the whole class once again. He decisively said, "Correct answer, 10 points for Gryffindor." Sherlock smiled. Although this professor often belittled himself, calling his deductive reasoning a trick for children, he was actually quite confident in himself. However, he didn't need to be so obvious. If it were him, he would have simply assigned a paper on werewolves. That way, a student of Hermione's caliber would have easily noticed something amiss. On the other hand, when Snape announced the bonus points for Gryffindor, the entire class erupted in uproar. Everyone stared at Professor Snape with disbelief. A strange thought crept into their minds. Could this Snape be someone else impersonating him with Polyjuice Potion? Normally, in potions class, Snape would deduct points from Gryffindor even if it was just for show. Harry, Sherlock, and recently Neville were his main targets. But now, the old Snake King was actually giving the little lion a bonus? This was as absurd as the sun rising in the west. Quiet. This was the third time Snape had uttered this word in class. Ignoring the class's astonishment, he then ordered everyone to copy notes on werewolves from their books. As for himself, he paced back and forth among the desks, slowly beginning his explanation. Werewolf, a word derived from the Old English words were and wolf, is sometimes also called lycanthrope. The necessary condition for becoming a werewolf is being bitten by a werewolf in wolf form during a full moon. Infection occurs when the werewolf's saliva mixes with the victim's blood. If attacked by a humanoid werewolf, the victim might develop some harmless, wolf-like personality traits, such as a craving for raw meat, without any other long-term effects. However, regardless of whether the attacker was in wolf form at the time of the attack, any bite or scratch from a werewolf will leave a permanent scar. As Professor Snape described, images of what he was saying switched synchronously on the projector. This was quite novel for the pure-blooded wizards who had never seen a projector before. After Professor Snape finished explaining what he considered the important points, he began checking the homework Professor Lupin had assigned them in the previous class. He remained extremely dissatisfied with everyone's assignments. The explanations are too simplistic and inaccurate. Kaba are more common in Mongolia. Professor Lupin actually gave it 8 points? Ridiculous. I wouldn't even give 3 points to an answer that can't even be copied from the textbook. In this agonizing silence, the bell finally rang. Just when everyone thought they could finally escape Snape, he didn't let them leave. To punish your ignorance, I require each of you to write a paper for me. Fill 2 rolls of parchment, focusing on how to identify and kill werewolves. Snape's gaze swept across the class, lingering on Sherlock for a moment, before he said sternly, "This class needs some serious discipline. Hand it over to me next class." Hearing Professor Snape's words, the entire class erupted in uproar once again. What a joke. 2 rolls of parchment for a completely unfamiliar topic? And it's due next class? This old slithering serpent king is clearly making things difficult for us little lions. But sir, there's a Quidditch match tomorrow. Harry's words were cut short when Snape suddenly took a half step forward, almost touching him. His brow bulged sharply, and a sinister black mist rose from the deep-set eyes. Harry was startled to see such a large, hooked nose appear before him. "Then I suggest you take extra care, Mr. Potter," Snape said, staring at Harry, enunciating each word clearly, "because even if you're missing an arm or a leg, you still have to do your homework." Faced with such rudeness and overbearing behavior, everyone dared not speak out. Only after Snape left and disappeared from sight did they begin to chatter amongst themselves. "I know Snape has always wanted this job, but he's never treated our other defense against the dark arts teachers like this." Even the usually good-natured Harry couldn't take it anymore. He asked his 3 friends, puzzled, "So why is he targeting Professor Lupin? Maybe it's because of the bog art incident? He feels that Professor Lupin and Neville embarrassed him," Hermione speculated. "No, that's not it." Under the surprised gazes of his 3 friends, Sherlock shook his head and slowly said, "Professor Snape has another reason for targeting Professor Lupin." Ron quickly asked, "What reason?" Harry and Hermione also perked up their ears. "I'm sorry, the evidence isn't sufficient yet. We need to wait for Professor Lupin to return to confirm." "What? So mysterious?" Ron muttered in dissatisfaction, but he knew very well that if Sherlock didn't want to, asking again and again wouldn't make a difference. Hermione said with some worry, "I really hope Professor Lupin gets better soon." "Instead of hoping for that, let's hope Black is hiding in Snape's office." Ron finally spoke to Hermione, his shared hatred for Snape finally prompting him to say, "That way he can take him down for us." Hermione didn't comment on this purely emotional outburst. Sherlock calmly said, "If I may be so bold, Black might not be a match for Professor Snape." "Ron, you make a good point. I'm speechless." The next morning, before dawn, Harry was already awake. At first, he thought he'd been awakened by a biting wind. But as he felt a chill on the back of his neck, he immediately sat bolt upright. Peeves, the mischievous ghost, was floating around him, blowing hard at him. Harry snapped, "What are you doing?" "Just kidding, Naya Naya Naya." Peeves ignored Harry, still puffing out its cheeks and blowing hard at him. "Peeves, if you keep doing that, I'm going to find Barrow the Bloody." Barrow the Bloody still held some sway over Peeves. Its expression changed, and finally, it puffed out its cheeks, blew hard, and darted out of the room with a snarling laugh. Harry fumbled for the alarm clock in the dark, only to find it was only 5:30. He cursed Peeves inwardly. Using the faint starlight, he glanced around and saw that Sherlock and Neville's beds were indeed empty. This made him somewhat sentimental. Although it wasn't raining outside, the wind was howling and thunder was rumbling. It was almost time. Sherlock and Neville's persistence in their morning exercise under such terrible weather was admirable. He had initially thought of turning over and going back to sleep, but while he was fine in his sleep, now that he was awake, he couldn't ignore the effects of the weather. The thought of playing in the raging storm in a few hours made him feel utterly terrible. After tossing and turning for half an hour, Harry finally gave up on sleeping. He got up, put on his uniform, grabbed Nimbus 2000, and quietly left the dormitory. Ron and Dean were always heavy sleepers, so Harry's brief encounter with Peeves hadn't woken them. However, when Harry opened the dormitory door, he found something brushing against his leg. Looking down, Harry's eyes narrowed. He quickly bent down, picked up Crookshank, who was trying to sneak into the dormitory, and carried him outside. "I'm starting to think Ron was right about you," Harry said, looking at Crookshank with suspicion. "Listen, there are plenty of rats around here. Stop staring at Scabbers." He then shoved Crookshank down the spiral staircase with his foot. Harry entered the common room and, unsurprisingly, found the storm outside the castle even stronger when he reached the window. He knew very well that the Quidditch match couldn't be cancelled because of such terrible weather. This was the nature of Quidditch, and precisely why Slytherins were reluctant to play against them in this weather. This made Harry somewhat worried. Normally, Seekers were light and agile. Wood had said something similar when he first saw Harry in their first year. However, Cedric Diggory, the new captain and Seeker of Hufflepuff, was the complete opposite. He was tall and looked about as muscular as Wood. A typical strong man. Both Sherlock and Cho Chang had warned Harry about this. In this stormy weather, Diggory's weight was actually an advantage. He wouldn't be easily blown about by the wind. After standing at the window for a while, Harry felt a bit cold and went back to the fire. While waiting for dawn, Crookshank appeared again and again, trying to sneak up the stairs to the boys' dormitory. Harry stopped it each time. Just as Harry was about to stop Crookshank again, a familiar voice came from the doorway. Playing with a cat. Chapter 323 Cho Chang vs. Ginny Weasley. Hearing the familiar voice, Harry paused, looking up to see Sherlock and Neville standing at the entrance to the common room, watching him curiously. Sherlock glanced at Crookshank at Harry's feet, his eyes lighting up. He handed the long, straight stick to Neville, asking him to take it back to his dormitory, and then walked towards Harry. "What's going on? This guy keeps trying to go to the boys' dormitory to see Scabbers." Harry recounted how Crookshank had tried to sneak into the boys' dormitory that morning, and how he had stopped it several times. "Sherlock, I think Ron was right about it. It's targeting Scabbers, and Hermione was being a bit unreasonable this time, so persistent." Sherlock curiously took Crookshank from Harry, and the large creature immediately bared its teeth at him. "It seems quite upset that I stopped it from going to the boys' dormitory." Harry frowned as he watched this. "It's also unhappy that I stopped it from catching Scabbers last time." Sherlock shook his head. "It's about time. Let's go eat first. I'll return it to Hermione later." As the two passed through the portrait hall, Sir Cadogan said to them energetically, "Hey, stop right there, you two mangy dogs. Bring that clumsy big-faced cat and fight me." Before Sherlock and Harry could say anything, Crookshanks immediately barked in dissatisfaction. Meow. Judging from its appearance, it clearly wanted to rush up and scratch the portrait that was provoking it. Unfortunately, it couldn't run away from Sherlock's arms. Seeing this, Harry couldn't help but find it a little funny. "Spare him, Crookshanks, spare him." As if understanding Harry's words, Crookshanks glared fiercely at Sir Cadogan, then gave up struggling. "It's really smart," Harry couldn't help but say as they arrived at the Great Hall, looking at Crookshank on Sherlock's lap. "I have to tell Hermione later. Don't meddle in cat matters, buddy." Sherlock looked at the listless Harry. "You should eat something." "Do you really need me to persuade you to eat every first match of the school year? But, how about I just call Cho and Ginny over?" No. Harry was startled by Sherlock. He knew Sherlock was a man of his word. If he needed Cho Chang and Ginny's comfort to eat, everyone would laugh at him. Seeing Harry's nervous expression, Sherlock smiled and began petting the cat. With gentle caresses and skillful strokes, Crookshank, who had initially been somewhat resentful of Sherlock, soon began purring contentedly. The cat wiggled and swayed. Not long after, Hermione arrived at the Great Hall first. Harry paused, startled to see Crookshank perched on Sherlock's lap. "How did it get here?" "Oh, Hermione." Harry quickly pulled Hermione down to sit and told her about Crookshank's attempt to sneak into the boys' dormitory that morning. "I won't tell Ron, but you'd better keep an eye on it." Hermione was also surprised and took Crookshank from Sherlock. "I'll put it back." Watching Hermione hurriedly leave with Crookshank, Harry sighed. "She's always so impulsive." "Ah, Sherlock, why did you actually call them?" Sherlock followed Harry's gaze and couldn't help but laugh. Cho Chang and Ginny entered the Great Hall from two different directions. Their destination was the same, Harry, who was standing there dumbfounded with his spoon. "I told you, dear Harry, women are your forte." Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, at least confirming that these two girls weren't his deliberate arrangement. However, as Cho Chang and Ginny walked towards him side by side, he still felt a strange, inexplicable feeling. What followed unfolded exactly as Harry had imagined. Although Cho Chang and Ginny appeared to get along very well on the surface, and both were encouraging Harry in their own ways, Harry, as the one receiving the encouragement, felt an inexplicable discomfort throughout his body. Cho Chang spread blueberry jam evenly on the bread, her black hair swaying gently with the movement, the dewdrops shimmering in the candlelight. She handed the bread to Harry, her voice as soft as the morning mist. "This is Honeyduke's new flavor. It will keep your taste buds alert while replenishing your blood sugar." "Thank you, Cho." Harry took the bread and took a bite, instantly feeling refreshed. The taste was indeed as good as Cho Chang had said. Ginny, with her fiery red hair, sat on Harry's other side. Seeing this, she immediately pushed the steaming pumpkin juice toward Harry. "Just eating bread won't do, Harry. You need to drink some of this, or you might choke." Okay." Ginny, two beautiful eyes, one black and one red, briefly met across 3 rows of silver candlesticks, just as a rumble of thunder rolled across the Great Hall's dome. "Don't worry, Harry. Believe in yourself, believe in your teammates, believe in your Nimbus 2000. After a brief silence, Cho Chang smiled and looked away first. "The bad weather isn't just affecting Gryffindor, it's affecting Hufflepuff too. As long as you perform normally, you'll definitely catch the golden snitch before Diggory." Ginny pinched her slightly burning earlobe. "Harry, Hufflepuff is a piece of cake. Beat them." Cho Chang, pride comes before a fall. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit, and Hufflepuff isn't a rabbit. "Harry, confidence is good, but too much confidence becomes arrogance." Ginny, "Harry, you don't need to think so much, just do it." Harry, Sherlock, watching this scene, couldn't help but find it extremely amusing. This subtle exchange was clearly a clash of wisdom and courage. One wove armor with reason, the other forged a sword with passion, yet both hid their tenderness beneath their hardest shells, building an invisible fortress for the same person. So, after the savior of the wizarding world, the boy who survived, the nemesis of the Dark Lord, the Gryffindor boxing champion, shouldn't his friend also receive a new title? The interdimensional gravitational source of Gryffindor Tower, or the calibrating star of the Ravenclaw astronomical sphere, or more directly, perhaps the first sample of the love potion distiller? Just then, the other Gryffindor members arrived at the Great Hall for dinner. Seeing Cho Chang and Ginny sitting on either side of Harry, they were both taken aback. Feeling their faces flush under the strange gazes of others, the two girls initially wanted to get up and leave, but upon seeing each other, they both chose to stay put. Only Wood ignored this scene and said seriously to the other members, "Today will be a fierce battle, don't worry, Oliver." Arya comforted him, "We don't care about this drizzle, Oliver, eat something," Harry urged. "Harry, you should eat more, we need you for today's match." "Thanks, I arrived early and have already eaten quite a bit." Arya calling it a drizzle was a gross understatement. Some students and teachers on their way to the match had their umbrellas blown away. This forced them to duck and shiver in the strong wind as they ran across the lawn toward the pitch. "The weather is worse than last year," Hermione frowned as she returned to Crookshanks after dropping them off at the dormitory. As she walked toward the stands, she was swayed by the wind and quickly clung tightly to Sherlock's arm. "That's why those despicable Slytherins made up an excuse to forfeit a match," Ginny said indignantly. Just then, Sherlock felt his other arm tighten. It was Luna Lovegood, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. "I called Luna over too," Ginny said with a grin. "She's happy to watch the game with us." Luna naturally clung to Sherlock's other arm, giving him a curious once-over. "You weren't bothered by the swarms of flies today?" "Oh, Ginny, be gentle," Ron complained, his arm still wrapped around Ginny's. "What if I get blown away by the wind if I don't hold on tight?" "Ron, you're so fragile. Look at Sherlock, he's being held by two girls and hasn't said a word." Ron glanced at Sherlock, who was being held by both Hermione and Luna, and then thought of Harry, who had been given special attention by Ginny and Cho Chang at the dinner table. He sighed deeply. What a mess. Hermione glanced at Luna, who was also clinging to Sherlock's arm, and frowned slightly. Because of Sherlock, she now had a certain understanding of this girl known as Crazy Lovegood. Crazy girl was never a compliment. Calling someone that in private is one thing, but saying it to their face is practically the same as insulting them. Ginny even argued with some boys who called Luna a crazy girl to her face. But then again, there's never a wrong nickname, only a wrong name. Luna just doesn't seem like a normal person. She's even more eccentric than Sherlock. First, there's her unique aesthetic. She usually wears bizarre jewelry, like necklaces made of butterbeer corks, carrot-shaped earrings, and often hides her wand behind her ear. Sometimes she even wears anti-demon glasses. Her daily behavior is even more strange. Her voice often sounds dazed, like she's dreaming, and she believes in the existence of many undiscovered creatures, including the harassing fly she mentions repeatedly, as well as moon frogs, bubble-nosed monsters, and curved horn-snorting beasts. Furthermore, her blunt personality can sometimes be very uncomfortable. She never considers the situation or atmosphere when she speaks, always bringing up the most sensitive topics. However, this is similar to Sherlock's behavior. In short, she exudes a kind of eccentric energy. Hermione sympathizes with Luna, who is often ridiculed by her classmates, but at the same time, she can't understand why this girl would believe so many things without any evidence. The group of 5 then sat down in the stands, with Luna in the very center, between Sherlock and Ginny. At this moment, dark clouds, like crumpled black parchment, pressed down on the spire of Hogwarts Castle. The Quidditch pitch was swept by howling winds, rumbling thunder, and torrential rain. Even so, when the Gryffindor players in their gold and red jerseys and the Hufflepuff players in their yellow and black jerseys appeared on the pitch from 2 different directions, the spectators in the stands couldn't help but cheer loudly. Chapter 324 Give me your glasses. A torrential downpour poured down like a burst dam, accompanied by howling winds and rumbling thunder. Yet, even this terrible weather did nothing to dampen the burning passion of the Hogwarts students and staff for Quidditch. Before the match even officially began, the stands at Hogwarts Quidditch pitch were already packed. After the umbrellas were blown away, the colorful raincoats still mingled against the dim sky, creating a strange sea of color, even more densely packed than on a sunny day. As soon as the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff players entered the field, waves of cheers rose and fell amidst the rain, fully demonstrating the crowd's fervent anticipation for the match. Captains Oliver Wood and Cedric Diggory strode in from opposite ends of the pitch. Wood's steps were quick and powerful, splashing mud that soaked his trousers, but he seemed oblivious. Cedric's steps were steady, a warm smile always on his face. He walked up to Wood, generously extending his right hand, and sincerely said, "Good luck, Wood." Wood stared at Cedric's outstretched hand, paused slightly, then extended his own to shake it. He didn't try to break Cedric's hand as he had with Slytherin captain Marcus Flint. He also didn't respond to Cedric's smile, simply nodding solemnly with a tense expression. Seeing this, a hint of helplessness flashed in Cedric's eyes, and he shook his head slightly. After the 2 captains shook hands, the players sprang into action. They laboriously pulled their feet from the muddy ground and mounted their broomsticks. With Madame Hooch's sharp whistle, 15 broomsticks shot into the air like arrows. The broomsticks sliced through the rain, splashing up sparkling droplets, and figures darted across the field. The match had officially begun. Harry continued with his usual tactic, staying away from everyone else until the golden snitch appeared. He flew higher than anyone else, using his height advantage to avoid being surrounded and attacked by the opposing team. This time, however, he was overthinking it. First, his Nimbus 2000 flying broomstick wasn't behaving as obediently as before. The gloomy sky felt like a heavy lead plate, making it hard to breathe, but the fierce winds also caused the broomstick, which had previously been perfectly responsive, to zigzag erratically through the air. Harry had to expend considerable energy controlling it to avoid being swept away. At that moment, he somewhat understood why Malfoy had fallen off his broomstick during training. Maintaining stability in such terrible weather was already a feat. Once high-speed movement began, a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Just over 10 minutes into the match, the howling winds and torrential rain soaked both teams to the bone. Harry didn't know how the others felt, but he himself felt terrible. Following the unruly broomstick, other aspects also started to malfunction. Before the match even began, he had already cast a water and fire immunity charm and a warm-up charm on himself. In such extreme weather, the spells melted away like thin ice under the sun. The warm-up charm quickly lost its effect, and a bone-chilling cold spread through his limbs. Soon, he was completely frozen. After a while, the water and fire immunity charm also failed. Rain lashed against his glasses without obstruction, the dense droplets blurring his vision and drastically reducing visibility. He squinted, straining to make out his surroundings, but could barely make out his teammates or opponents. He was completely unaware of the progress of the match. This predicament made him secretly regret not bringing his wand. But then he thought, even if he had brought it, it wouldn't have mattered. In this raging wind and torrential rain, he couldn't possibly maintain his balance with one hand while steadily holding his wand and casting spells with the other. As time passed, the terrible weather not only didn't improve but worsened. The sky gradually darkened, and night seemed to be falling early. This increasingly oppressive atmosphere made Harry's situation even more difficult. He was momentarily distracted and almost fell off his broom when a stray ball knocked him over. Twice. "There's been a problem with Harry," Sherlock, who had been watching the game closely from the stands, suddenly spoke up. "What happened to him?" Ginny jumped to her feet, water droplets from her raincoat splashing onto the wooden planks of the stands, her eyes filled with worry and anxiety. "Something's wrong with him." Sherlock gestured to Harry's erratic flight path. "The strong winds would affect his movements, that's not surprising. But he's almost been hit by the blink ball several times." "That's strange." Luna curiously followed Sherlock's gaze, then her face lit up with realization. He almost bumped into his own teammate. Sherlock nodded. "So I deduced that his vision is likely affected." Ron looked puzzled. "You mean his glasses? But didn't he cast an immunity charm on himself before the match?" "The charm's duration isn't infinite, and in this kind of extreme weather, the duration is greatly shortened." Hermione turned to Sherlock, her eyes resolute. "Sherlock, we have to help him." She believed she was far more familiar with the charm than Harry. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "We need to call a timeout to stop the match first." "Then what do we do?" Ginny asked nervously. Ron frowned. "Gryffindor doesn't have any substitutes, otherwise they could." Just then, a bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, illuminating the entire field. Immediately afterward, Madame Hooch's whistle blew, and the players, controlling their flying broomsticks, landed on the muddy ground. Wood called a timeout. Sherlock's gray eyes flashed with approval. "Obviously, he's noticed a problem too." Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, following Sherlock's gaze. "He's a competent captain, then what are we waiting for?" Ron stood up. "Did they say Harry's spell hadn't worked? Let's go help." At this moment, Ron's worry for Harry finally made him completely forget his argument with Hermione. "Because someone's already gone to help before us." Sherlock smiled and shook his head. "Look over there." Ron and Ginny quickly leaned over to look, and were both stunned. In the rain, a familiar figure was rushing towards the Gryffindor team. All the Gryffindor players huddled under a large umbrella on the sidelines. Harry took off his glasses and hurriedly wiped them with his robes. "Timeout is limited, so I'll get straight to the point," Wood said, panting. "We're leading by 50 points now, but if we don't catch the snitch, this game won't be over until midnight." Harry waved his glasses, saying despairingly, "The water and fire immunity charm has worn off, and in this awful weather, it seems to last even shorter. Damn it. I should have brought my wand. Maybe I could cast a spell now and catch the snitch before it wears off." Wood frowned as well. This was indeed a big problem. What was more troublesome was that there seemed to be no solution to it at the moment. Just then, an unexpected figure appeared beside them. "Cho, what brings you here?" Harry looked at Cho Chang, who was wearing a raincoat, with surprise, his gaze instinctively sweeping over her rain-soaked robes. The Ravenclaw blue stood out conspicuously among the red and gold of the Gryffindor group. Wood, unlike Harry, wasn't happy. His already furrowed brows were even more pronounced. As the Gryffindor captain, he knew Cho Chang wasn't just Ravenclaw's seeker, but also their opponent in the next match. "Miss Chang, we're discussing tactics." "You?" Wood's words were cut short as Cho Chang held out her hand directly to Harry. "Quick, give me your glasses." Seeing Cho Chang ignore Wood like that, the Weasley twins quickly exchanged a knowing glance. Angelina, Arya, and Katie all wore knowing smiles. As for Harry, upon hearing Cho Chang's words, he handed over his glasses without hesitation. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Cho Chang skillfully tapped Harry's glasses with her wand. "Impervious, here you go. Now it's waterproof." As a fourth-year Ravenclaw prodigy, and the teacher who taught Harry the impervious spell, Cho Chang's magical prowess was on full display at this moment. Seeing that the immediate crisis was resolved, Wood's gaze towards Cho Chang instantly changed. However, Cho Chang did more than that. After casting an immunity charm on Harry's glasses, She then cast 7 warm-up charms on the Gryffindor players. The Gryffindor players, who had felt completely frozen, immediately felt the chill vanish and warm up. "Sorry," Cho Chang said apologetically, shaking the raindrops from her hair, "this spell doesn't last as long as the immunity charm. If you're under the umbrellas, it'll be fine, but once the game starts, being in a downpour, you probably won't last long." This time, Wood looked like he wanted to kiss her. "That's enough." Cho Chang shyly squeezed Harry's hand, said good luck, and then ran back to the crowd. Because in the center of the field, Madame Hooch was already signaling to Wood that the timeout was over. "Well done. No wonder Ravenclaw is known for its intelligence," Wood shouted at Cho Chang's retreating figure in a hoarse voice, like sandpaper scraping a cauldron, before turning to the others and saying, "All right, everyone, we have the smartest opponent in all of Hogwarts assisting us. We absolutely can't afford to lose any more points." Roger that. The Gryffindor team's morale soared. Sherlock and his 3 friends in the stands witnessed the entire scene. "She's so fast," Ron couldn't help but slap his thigh. "Ha, I remember now, that spell was taught to Harry by Cho." Ginny. The timeout ended, and the match resumed. Although the warm-up charm, just as Cho Chang had said, quickly lost its effect in the torrential rain, and Harry was once again frozen stiff. This time he could finally see clearly, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Unfortunately, the weather was too terrible, so he circled the pitch several times but still couldn't spot the snitch. The thunder grew louder and louder, the wind howled, and bolts of lightning flashed one after another. The situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. Just as Harry was worried that the magic Cho Chang had cast on his glasses might fail again, an unexpected event occurred. Another bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, illuminating the stands for a moment. At that instant, Harry's attention was involuntarily drawn to it. A big dog. A big black dog. A big black dog with messy fur. Harry couldn't be sure if it was the same dog he had seen on the cover of Flourish and Blots, but he recognized it immediately as the one he had seen when he left the Dursleys' house during the summer holidays. In the empty seats at the very top, its black silhouette was incredibly clear against the sky and lightning. Ominous, ominous, death. Professor Trelawney's words flashed through Harry's mind instantly. His frozen hand slipped on the broom handle, and Nimbus 2000 even slumped several feet. Harry quickly shook off the wet bangs that were obscuring his glasses, and when he looked again, the dog had vanished. "What is this?" Before he could recover from his daze, Wood cried out in anguish, "Harry, behind you!" Wood was in pain because this was the first time in the game that someone had spotted the golden snitch before Harry. This meant Harry wasn't in good shape. In his opinion, the terrible weather had finally affected their seeker. Hearing Wood's words, Harry quickly turned around to look. He saw Hufflepuff's seeker, Cedric Diggory, darting across the field like an arrow. In the heavy rain between them, a tiny golden dot flashed, the golden snitch. Wood had seen Cedric's movement, which was how he spotted the snitch and alerted Harry. "Damn it," Harry jolted, then flew straight toward the snitch. He gripped his broomstick tightly with his legs, lying flat on it, his body almost parallel to the broom. During the flight, he kept shouting at his beloved Nimbus 2000, "Faster! Not enough! Faster! Faster!" The atmosphere in the entire stadium reached a climax as both seekers simultaneously chased after the golden snitch. The effects of the inclement weather were greater than expected, so after being suppressed for so long, people's emotions finally erupted. The entire audience could no longer contain their excitement, bursting into deafening cheers. The Gryffindor and Hufflepuff fans even stood up, shouting themselves hoarse for their respective teams. However, at the crucial moment that would decide the outcome of the match, a shocking change occurred. Thanks to Plusker for the donation. Your support is my motivation to update Oh. Chapter 325 100 Souls Press In, Silver Phoenix breaks the silence. The once vibrant Quidditch pitch was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. Large raindrops pelted the ground, splashing water half a foot high, yet no sound was heard. Lightning flashed like silver serpents across the leaden sky, illuminating the entire pitch, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that vanished like a drum stuffed with cotton. A gale, carrying the damp scent of earth, whipped the flags along the pitch, but its howl seemed to be swallowed by an invisible barrier. Only a chilling, deathly silence remained, as if a movie had been stopped, all sound abruptly ceasing. In the stands, Sherlock, who had remained calm throughout, abruptly stood up. His gray eyes narrowed sharply. In the distance, Swarms of dark figures, like black mist dispersed by the wind, were surging towards the pitch from all directions. Dementors. More than 100 Dementors had appeared on the pitch. Sherlock knew perfectly well that such a number meant that all the Dementors guarding the school had come out in full force. He himself had faced Dementors before, recalling how a single Dementor on the Hogwarts Express had instantly turned an entire carriage cold. A chill, like a venomous snake, crept up the spine, rendering almost everyone immobile and gripped by extreme fear. Now, with over 100 Dementors appearing together, their chilling aura was amplified many times over, freezing the air wherever they went. It was like being in a horror movie for the entire school. Knowing Harry's particular sensitivity to Dementors, Sherlock immediately turned his gaze. Sure enough, Harry only glanced down before his body went limp and he plummeted from his flying broomstick to the ground. The unmanned Nimbus 2000, blown away by the gale, disappeared in the blink of an eye like a drifting leaf. Outrageous, Sherlock was unusually furious at this moment. He recalled the joy he felt when he solved the puzzle, using that warmth to dispel the chilling cold and negative emotions brought by the Dementors. Like an agile lion, he leaped over the students in the stands, who were now stunned and utterly terrified, and swiftly charged towards the playground. But someone was faster than Sherlock. Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster of Hogwarts once again demonstrated his power as the greatest wizard of his time. No one saw where he was originally, they only knew that he appeared on the playground almost instantly. The 100-plus Dementors seemed to have no effect on him. He first waved his wand in Harry's direction, as if supported by an invisible hand, immediately slowing Harry's descent. Then he turned his wand towards the Dementors, the silver light bursting from the tip instantly illuminating the entire gloomy sky, as if tearing open the dark veil that shrouded Hogwarts. As Sherlock ran, he noticed the light, like liquid moonlight, condensing in the air into a gigantic phoenix. The silver phoenix, the moment it formed, spread its wings and blocked the path of the Dementors. The Dementors, as if seeing their natural enemy, immediately fled the playground. The lingering chill of the playground hadn't yet dissipated when Sherlock, stomping through the mud, rushed into the Quidditch pitch. When he saw Harry lying on the ground, his eyes reddened slightly, and his hands clenched tightly. Forcibly suppressing this emotion that might cloud his judgment, he immediately knelt down to examine him. Soon, he looked up at Dumbledore, no life-threatening danger, but a fracture. His voice was calm, yet laced with suppressed anger. Dumbledore's anger seemed even greater than Sherlock's. After the Dementors left, the entire school finally regained its mobility. For the students, they had never seen Dumbledore so furious. In their minds, Dumbledore was always a smiling, kind old man. Compared to him, the headmaster, vice-headmaster Professor McGonagall possessed far more of the headmaster's authority. But now, this usually calm and composed headmaster was now his robes billowing, his silver beard trembling violently in the wind, and his eyes behind his half-moon spectacles burning with rare fury. They actually got into the school, he said angrily, staring in the direction the Dementors had fled. Without my permission, these black-robed, realizing his loss of composure, Dumbledore took a deep breath, then waved his wand, and a stretcher appeared out of nowhere. Harry's body floated onto the stretcher. "Let's go," Dumbledore said, and Sherlock nodded. The two walked together to take Harry to the school hospital. "Request a rematch," Diggory's anxious voice came from behind, but Sherlock had no time to pay attention. Even he hadn't expected that Sirius Black's threat had only just begun to emerge, and the Dementors, who were supposed to stop Black and protect them, had become an even greater threat. "Sir, why are they here?" Sherlock suddenly asked as they walked along the road. "They're hungry," Dumbledore's voice was bitter. "I insisted on keeping them out of the school, so their prey has dried up." Prey is positive emotion. Yes, Dementors are among the ugliest things in the world. They live in decay and despair, sucking peace, hope, and joy from the air around them. I thought keeping them out of the school wouldn't threaten you, but now it seems I was wrong, terribly wrong. Dumbledore sighed deeply. They can't resist the temptation of the crowds around the Quidditch pitch. For them, the excitement and emotional surge is a veritable feast. By this time, they had arrived at the school hospital. "Poppy, look at this kid." "Oh, Merlin's beard." Ms. Pomfrey rushed over and began a thorough examination. She quickly breathed a sigh of relief. "It's not a serious problem, I can heal him quickly, but he'll have to stay at the hospital for observation this weekend." Hearing this, Dumbledore nodded approvingly, then looked at Sherlock with a serious expression. "I beg you, Sherlock, find Black as soon as possible. Tell me what help you need." Clearly, After the Chamber of Secrets incident last year, Dumbledore had indeed changed as he had said. He would no longer conceal crucial information based on his subjective judgment. This was evident in his recounting of events from 12 years ago to Sherlock and Harry after Halloween. For Sherlock, this was naturally a good thing. With enough information, he could see beyond the surface. But compared to Black, I think the threat of the Dementors is more pressing. Sherlock glanced at Harry, who was still unconscious, and frowned. While I don't understand why Harry reacted so strongly to the Dementors, it's a reality we must face. What are your thoughts, Sherlock? Dumbledore asked gently. Sir, if you truly consider him the savior of the wizarding world, an indispensable member in the fight against Voldemort, then Harry must learn how to deal with Dementors, Sherlock stated bluntly. The spell you just used, Palm-Tops of Exile, you heard it. Dumbledore looked surprised. In that chaotic environment, Sherlock had actually heard him recite the spell? No, I heard it on the train when I saw Professor Lupin exorcise the Dementors. Dumbledore understood, but still looked approving. Your observation skills are as keen as ever, but this spell is a very advanced spell for a third-year student. It far exceeds the level of ordinary wizards. Even many accomplished adult wizards haven't mastered it. Whether it's possible or not, we'll only know after trying. I believe Harry is willing to learn. Looking at Sherlock's determined eyes, and then at Harry lying on the bed, Dumbledore agreed after a moment's thought. All right, I'll get to it, but I hope you can study with Harry then. Of course, I was originally very interested in it too. I'm going to talk to those Dementors now, Dumbledore said slowly. I need them to promise they'll never come to the school again. Bobby, could you come with me for a moment? As soon as Professor Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey left, a group of people rushed in. Sherlock's eyes swept over them and found that they were all the members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, except for Wood. There were also people who didn't belong to the team: Hermione, Ron, Cho Chang, Luna, and Ginny. The blue Cho Chang and Luna stood out among the red. At this moment, everyone was covered in mud from head to toe, looking like they had just climbed out of a swimming pool. Sherlock, is Harry alright? Ron asked cautiously first. It's not a big problem, Sherlock repeated Madame Pomfrey's words, but he'll be staying here this weekend. Hearing Sherlock say this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Some things that they hadn't dared to say before were finally said. Thank goodness the ground was so soft. No, it's all thanks to Headmaster Dumbledore's magic that slowed his fall. I thought he was definitely dead. I didn't even break his glasses. This is the most terrifying thing I've ever seen in my life. Aria's words resonated with everyone. More than 100 Dementors. When had they ever seen such a lineup? This was no different from visiting Azkaban. Just as they were about to start a further discussion, Harry, who had been lying in bed, suddenly sat up, startling everyone. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.